Could you, or Kayla, please take roll?
Mr. Chairman, I think we are just now live.
Okay. All right. I'll start that over then for the listening audience. But it is now 8:30, and we'll go ahead and call the Joint Ag Committee meeting to order. Kayla, please take the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Bouchard.
Here.
Senator Cost.
Here.
Senator Moniz.
Here.
Senator Steinmetz.
Here.
Representative Blake.
Here.
Representative Clausen.
Here.
Representative Haley.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Simpson.
Is excused.
Thank you. Representative Taft.
Here.
Representative Winter.
Here.
Co-Chairman Boner.
Here.
And Co-Chairman Hunt.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone but Representative Simpson is present.
All righty. Thank you very much, Kayla. And yes, Representative Simpson sent his regrets. He's attending Education Committee this morning simultaneously, and so could not be here, but just wanted to say thank you to thank him for all of his work the last few years on the Ag Committee. He's been a very invaluable asset to the committee, and wish him well come January when he, in my understanding, moves to appropriations. So anyway, all right, without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started. Just briefly, some housekeeping notes. Keep in mind, everyone, committee members and attendees and presenters, we are live on YouTube, and so we'll be broadcasting throughout the day, throughout the meeting. So just always keep that in mind, that we are going out live to a worldwide audience. So we'll go ahead and get started with the agenda today. We, again, don't have any legislation before us today. Our schedule is comprised of updates and information from several organizations and agencies on the CARES Act and the funding associated with that, as well as budget issues in general. And so looking forward to the information that will be presented to us today. And with that, unless Co-Chairman Boner, unless there's anything I'm forgetting, I think we'll go ahead and get started with Mr. Joe Budd from the Governor's Office, who will lead us off with an update on the CARES Act funding. So, Mr. Budd, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. A little bit of what I'm going to talk about this morning is kind of picking up on some of the meat processing discussion that you guys had yesterday at the end of the day. But two of the programs I'm going to talk briefly about, and I see a business council on here too. So I think they'll be able to give some more detail if the committee needs that. But the first program I'm going to talk about is what we call our Wyoming Meat Processing Expansion Grant Program. A little bit of a misnomer. It's more of a reimbursement program, but it's just how it got named. So it's just to give the committee a little bit of a reminder, the rules for this program, I guess in broad terms, were that the applicant had to have inspection either through the state or the feds by the end of the year. So they either had to have it in place or they had to be seeking it and have that by December 30th. Items that they apply for have to be related to processing. So we weren't going to buy pickups for folks or anything like that. And then additionally, there were some other sideboards, no land purchases, some of those types of things. So we did put some parameters on there to try and really hone in on actually expanding processing capacity and not, nothing says that you couldn't be a brand new processor. I think it was probably harder for them to get in just because of the timeframes that we were dealing with with the CARES Act and not having any extension. But to date, we've had approximately 45 applications. I would say probably 35 of those were approved to the tune of roughly $5 million. We started to, in the last couple weeks here, we stopped new applications on November 1st. The applications that we were seeing prior to that were really very speculative. And we were getting more and more that we didn't feel like actually met the parameters of the program, and that they just weren't going to be able to get anything done by December 30th. And so we stopped new applications. What remains open at this point is there's a portion of that where if they give discounts to producers or anyone bringing in an animal, they can recoup that as the processor. So say they charge $500 usually and they charge $100, they can ask for reimbursement for that other $400. So that'll be probably the remainder of the 10 million that was set aside originally by the governor for this program. But I think everyone that's been involved with this has been pleasantly surprised at the number of applications and the quality of the applications overall. So I just stop there if there's any questions specific to that program before I move on, Mr. Chairman.
Alrighty, thank you for that information. Yes, questions for Mr. Budd, Representative Clausen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Budd, if the CARES Act is extended into next year, does the governor's office plan on extending this program into next year? Some of the feedback I got was that there just wasn't enough time to get this sort of thing off, or get the major upgrades made before the end of the year. Everybody was flooded with orders and they couldn't even get their material until March. Is there any conversation about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, we definitely have discussed that, and really what it's hinging on is that December 30th date right now. Fingers crossed that Congress will do something before then, because I don't know that we'll get another $5 million out the door in the offset portion as far as, discounts given and things like that. I think it's definitely a possibility, something that we'll have to continue to watch, but the time constraint has really been the hardest part of these programs that have come about here towards the end of the year. So,
Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate all the work you guys have done on this program. And I just wondered, one, if we even would get an extension, would it require legislative authorization to extend any of these programs, because they are done according to our legislation on the 30th of December. So would the governor's office need legislative action in order to extend any of the programs that might have money? And then secondly, when does that money revert to the federal government if the state does not spend the rest of the CARES Act? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, I'll do my best on the dates because I've heard so many different ones at this point that I'm probably as in touch with that as you guys are. The December 30th and whether or not we would need new legislation, I think if I remember right, it's written so that it ends on the 30th. So that might be something that we would have to look at with the legislature. As far as the program itself goes, the rules end on the 30th. They're emergency rules, so I think there's some latitude there that we could extend that. But again, that goes back to whether or not we would have to do something with the legislative body to make sure that we still have that authority. The reversion portion of it, I honestly cannot remember. I feel like it's sometime in January, but I would have to look again on that and get back to you, Senator.
Thank you.
All righty, are there further questions for Mr. Budd on the issue of meat processing? I guess I've got a quick question on that, just as far as, and sort of ties into what just the general discussion here, but are there, I guess, well, I know there are concerns that, the possibility that we somehow are left holding the bag at the end of the day with this funding is, and everybody's being very careful with how it's being appropriated and so on and so forth. But has the governor's office at least lately had discussions on with is there a contingency plan in place potentially for having to possibly pay back some of this money for some of these programs if that happened to come to fruition?
Mr. Chairman, just so that I'm clear on the question, are you asking if they come in and do an audit and say that we inappropriately spent money? Is there a contingency plan, or is there a contingency plan if we have money left over?
I guess if it's the money that's already been spent, I meant. Sorry, I didn't clarify that. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think some of our neighboring states and some of the other states around the country have not done things as tightly as we have. So I really am not too worried about an audit or them saying that we inappropriately spent the money, so much as, and I know it's been a frustration for many, including ourselves, in terms of trying to get money out the door, but doing that in a way that is defensible, so that if there ever is that audit, we can stand up and say, no, this is how we spent it. This is exactly how it ties back to COVID. And one of our neighboring states, and I won't say who, they essentially just gave every ag producer a check for X amount and said, you're done. Well, I don't know how you tie all that back to COVID in a very defensible way. So I think what we've done through the ag programs, while it may not have put out a similar amount for every person, I think it's all defensible. So I guess I'm a little less worried about that, the feds coming back and saying you owe us millions of dollars, rather than that. And the risk with that is that we could have money left over at the end that either gets moved to a different pot, or it gets and nobody wants to send money back. I just need to be very clear about that. Nobody wants to do that, but we also don't want to just throw money out there and then have a situation with where we are as a state right now, that we end up having to pay back $100 million or something like that. So.
Sounds good. All right. Further questions for Joe, committee? Okay. Mr. Budd, please carry on.
Okay. The other program that we have, Mr. Chairman, which is, it actually ends tomorrow, or the application process ends tomorrow, is the Ag Relief Program through the Business Council. And Mr. Gemba will have more information here, more details for you, but it's primarily geared around covering losses and extraordinary expenses, which were not covered by either CFAP or one of the other programs from the federal government. And we had 2 rounds of CFAP. And I think really our Wyoming producers did a very good job of getting in on those programs and putting that money on the ground. This was really to try and make sure that anybody who fell through the cracks on those programs, who didn't qualify as a business under one of the business relief programs, any of those other things that we know that it's not going to cover everybody, every program's not going to. So this was really geared at trying to make sure that we swept those other folks in who needed help. And then the extraordinary expenses portion, an easy example might be a sheep producer who had to store their wool because they couldn't get it to China or get it sold. That's an extraordinary expense. And I think there's a lot of people who held over cattle, or they did something else that was above and beyond due to COVID, due to the things that were happening within markets and across the country. This is geared at trying to make sure that those expenses are covered. And again, it's fairly tight because it has to tie back to those COVID as the cause. And right now, as of yesterday, and Jill might have better numbers for you, but we had roughly $28 million spoken for out of that 80 to 90 that was there to begin with. I think we have right around 350, 360 applicants. So the money is moving. It might not be moving as fast as everyone would like, but we are moving some of that money. It's not a perfect program, I'll tell you that, but I don't think anything has been perfect in 2020 for anyone. But really trying to make sure that we're covering those folks who might have fallen through the cracks on other programs.
Righty, question, yes, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've heard a few concerns with the program. I think I have some producers that might call in today to visit with you guys about that. But what I wondered is, since we've only spent that small amount, is there a possibility to extend that program a little bit? And then also, can you explain maybe why we didn't do a 5-year rolling average, how, as we had maybe talked about, because 2019 wasn't the best year for a lot of livestock producers. And so could you explain that as well? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, as you're very aware, we did talk about a bunch of different potentials for an ag program, whether that was per head basis based on acreage for farmers, whether it was 5-year rolling average, a 3-year average. In order to make this as simple as possible, we tried to break that calculation down so that it was very much just what happened last year, what happened this year. And I think it's been a very mixed bag in terms of what has happened for producers, just because of things. You have COVID portion of it. You also have drought in many counties. All these other things that all of our farmers and ranchers deal with every year that go into what they do as far as business decisions. And frankly, some folks had a better year this year than they did last year, even without CFAP and some of the other things. So it really has been tough to try and have like just a blanket approach to our ag industry, which is not uncommon. I think some of the information provided yesterday showed, just kind of the different regions in the state of Wyoming and opportunity where there's not, where there are. And that was just in the processing portion of it. And I think that's very much true. We also had to base things off of gross income, because if you have a hay production side of your operation and you also have a livestock production side, one might have taken a loss and the other might not have. And that again, that goes back to being able to tie all this to COVID and say with a straight face that, yes, this is why you receive those funds, rather than just the blanket approach that some other states used, which we felt was much more risky in terms of having to pay anything back, or being audited and having a administration come in and say, this doesn't qualify. So I hope that answered your question. I'm not sure if it did or not.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, further questions? Further questions? Okay. All right, Mr. Budd, carry on if there's further info.
That's kind of all I had for you this morning, Mr. Chairman, unless there's questions about other programs that you think I've missed here.
Okay. Yes, Co-Chairman Bono, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much to add there. Thanks for the update, Mr. Budd. And I just wanted to say I appreciate the governor's efforts and your efforts to help our ag producers during this crisis. Obviously, things changed a lot. I think, I remember sitting down with you, I think the 1st of July, and sitting down with the governor and kind of talking some of these programs over. And it's just great to see them come to fruition and provide some stability in an industry that already has to deal with instability in their day, just as as a fact of being a part of that business, but also had that added challenge of the issues related to the virus. So just want to take some time to thank you for your work and for the governor making this a priority for the state of Wyoming. And just want to thank you for your work. I think it's made a difference for a lot of producers. We've got tens of millions of dollars out the door, in addition to the USDA funds that have also been very successful. Just want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All righty, thank you. Okay, real quick, any further questions for Mr. Budd? Going once, going twice? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Joe, for your testimony today and your information. And if we think of anything else, we'll be sure to ask. So thank you. Appreciate it. All right, committee, we'll just keep moving right along here. Next up, related to CARES funding, we have the Wyoming Business Council, and my understanding is they are in with our members in Cheyenne. So welcome, and please, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I have a presentation. You should have all been emailed that. And if Katie could bring it up on the screen for me, please. So Mr. Budd covered kind of the broad strokes of the program. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail how we administratively took it on. Next slide, please. So if you remember, and I'm sure you do, the legislature actually put into 3 programs, $325 million of that federal money. That was the interruption fund, the relief fund, and the mitigation fund. And now, as of November 2nd, the Business Council has opened the agriculture and endurance funds at the same time. Next. So those first 3 funds have closed. You can see the statistics there, how many applicants, how much money was paid out. Looking at the agriculture fund, 90 million was made available, up to 250,000 per applicant. And again, that fund closes tomorrow at 8 p.m. The endurance fund is open the same time, a smaller bucket there at 24 million, and same opening and closing dates. Next slide. So a little bit more about the Ag Fund. It is specifically for Wyoming farmers and ranchers who have lost revenue due to COVID-19 related public health orders or incurred related expenses. And that's the really important part to remember. It's a lost revenue primarily program. Again, the funding was $250,000, and the time frame started March 13th of 2020, and that goes back to federal guidance. And to be eligible, again, you have to be a Wyoming producer and have 1 full-time employee. But if you're the owner, and that means you're the employee, so you count. Next slide. So to touch on these extraordinary expenses that are also included in the calculation, we give lots of examples on our website. Also in our webinars, we did examples, tutorials, printed material, there's examples. We've spent a lot of time on the phone with producers trying to help them figure out what is the difference between normal operating expenses and expenses that were due to COVID. So if you'd like, we could go into examples there. I'll skip forward now, and if you have questions at the end, we can do that. Next. So on the website, we have this worksheet, and the worksheet looks just like the categories on the application. And the reason we did this was so that people could get their numbers together and see where they fit before they actually go to the trouble of applying. So it's super simple. By design, it's really simple because we knew that the window was short and lots of people haven't done their taxes at this point, so we wanted to keep it really simple for everyone. So again, it really boils down to gross revenue. What were their sales? So if you're a cow-calf guy, what were your sales in 2019 versus 2020? And again, we're looking at a compressed time frame from March 13th to application date on both years. And we're going to figure out what that revenue loss or gain was over 2019 and 2020. Take that number and add it to those extraordinary expenses. And the extraordinary expense buckets were narrowed down to feed and supplements, custom hire and labor, and fertilizer, chemical, and seed. So we add those 2 buckets together, and then because of federal guidance, we know that any other federal monies have to come off the top. So we take CFAP, any other WBC money they received, PPP, EIDL, that money comes off, and the end number is your grant application number. And we have spent quite a bit of time on the phone helping people through these calculations, emails, really tried to help them as best we could. Next slide. So balancing speed and integrity has been a big thing at the Business Council. And because we had those other 3 programs, we learned a lot. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of an insight as to how our system works, kind of behind the curtain, if you will. So applications go into a semi-automatic review. And this is really to just make sure that we are spending the funds wisely, that they really do go to ag producers. Because we know there's bad actors out there and we really want the money in the hands of the people that need it in Wyoming. So you can see the checkpoints there. We won't go into a lot of detail. We don't want to tip off the bad guys. But if they don't pass the semi-automatic review, then they go into a manual review. And at that point, we really dig in and figure out how they fit into the ag world and make sure they are a legitimate producer. And then at the end, we have partnered with Secretary of State's office and the Auditor's office. Department of Ag is also helping us out. And we make sure the verification is all good and they get paid. So that's a little look into there. I do have an update on the numbers. Grab those for you. As of 6 o'clock this morning, the fund is at 31.6 million in funding requests and 416 applications. And as you can see, we have already paid 8 million. So that fund is ticking right along. I expect to see a little bit of a rush today and tomorrow. I know I got calls from guys that were marketing their cattle tomorrow and wondering how late the customer service line will be open. So it will be open till 8 p.m. So people can be sure and get applied. All right, next slide. I'm not going to go through all these, but I wanted you guys to have these in your hands because these are questions that we get asked over and over and over, and they are on the website. So please direct people to the website. What kind of losses? I think there was a lot of confusion between this program and CFAP and how they work. And CFAP was more of a inventory acreage type program, where this really is a loss-based show your losses due to COVID program. So there's some distinct differences there. And we have those questions listed on the website. So the next slide there at the bottom shows the specific website. All of our programs are at wyobizrelief.org. That's also where you apply. That's where the tutorials are. That's where the rules are. All the information that you could possibly need about the funds are located on there, as well as our 800 number. With that, I know I blew through it really quick, but I'm sure you guys are super familiar with it anyway. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to take those at this time.
All righty, thank you very much for the presentation. Committee, any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Lawson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have a question. Have you hired more help to get these processed, or are you doing it internally? Would probably be my question.
Thank you for the question. It is Business Council tackling it. We did recruit some help from the Department of Ag for verification, and of course the other agencies that have their piece and part in it, but it's us. We're the ones on the phone handling customer service calls, doing the reviews, processing the applications, doing the media work. We do contract with an advertising agency to help us with some of that, because I'm sure you've seen all of the media work we've done, from print to radio to web design. I mean, a pretty extensive list there, but by and large, it's been the Business Council.
Thank you. That's great to hear. And the advertising stuff seems to be getting out, I think. Thanks.
All righty, thank you, Representative Lawson. Committee, any further questions for the Business Council? Going Going once. Oh, yep. Co-Chairman Boner, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hunt. Just same thing I told Mr. Budd. I just want to thank Joe and the Business Council for all their hard work. It clearly has made a difference for our producers, and that's just downright impressive that you've been able to do all this with very little outside help. So thanks for all your work, and yeah, it's a Herculean effort, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, all you guys, for everything that you've been doing throughout this crisis and this hardship. And yeah, we appreciate it. So, all right. Any further questions before we go on to the Farm Service Agency? All right. Well, again, thank you guys very much to the Business Council and to Mr. Budd and the Governor's Office. We look forward to working with you further in the future, and appreciate all you guys do. So thank you very much. All right, moving on to our next item. We have Ms. Lois Van Mark from the Farm Services Agency at the USDA, and giving us an update on what they've been working on, and I'm guessing some drought relief and so on and so forth. So Lois, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Welcome. You're on mute.
USDA uses Teams, so I'm not always used to the Zoom stuff. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for inviting me to come and visit with you. I believe that Katie sent in her packet to you a map. It's real simple. It says Wyoming map that shows primary designated disaster counties, and then the light colored counties are contiguous. Under the regulation, a county can apply for a drought disaster or any kind of a disaster. It can be a fire, it can be flood, it can be anything. This year for us, it was drought. And so the red colored or dark colored counties that you got on your layout, yeah, there you're seeing it. Those red counties are primary disaster declarations due to drought. And then there's only 5 counties that don't have a primary disaster declaration. And that's Park, Teton, Sublette, Lincoln, and Crook. But because they are contiguous to other counties that have a primary disaster designation, they too are able to participate in the benefits under a drought situation. So what that means is that people can apply for, generally, I think the biggest supposedly incentive is for folks to be able to apply for low interest loans. Well, the loan on interest, I think I was told a week or two ago, 4.65 or something. And I don't know, I don't think that's such great interest nowadays. I mean, we're kind of maybe in an anomaly, but nevertheless, it does allow people to apply for low interest loans. And the person in a contiguous county can also apply for a low interest loan. Most people decide that they cannot afford to borrow themselves out of debt, because when you find you want to, apply for one of these low interest loans, you're probably already in some pretty good debt. But the other maybe bigger beneficial part of this is when a person, particularly a cattleman, gets to the end of his calendar or fiscal year and he's working up his income tax, each one of those designations has a unique number. And you can use that number on your tax returns if you want to have like a tax deferral or some sort of, I'm way in over my head right now, but the accountants around the state know about this, and you can use that on your tax returns for selling off more of your cattle herd, et cetera. And those numbers are posted, the accountants, and you can call our FSA offices and get a number for your county and how you want to apply that. So unfortunately, we all are affected by drought this year. Additionally, I have a list here that I did not have when I sent stuff to Katie, so I'm just going to read you the information. Joe Budd said earlier, he was talking about CFAP 1 and CFAP 2. CFAP 1, Coronavirus Food Assistance Program, sponsored by the USDA. Part of that money came out of the CCC, Commodity Credit Corporation, which is a longtime funding source for USDA programs, and the CARES Act money. And most of the money, it was not exactly, but most, probably pretty close to half and half as far as how that money was spent and distributed to the states. And in the state of Wyoming, the total amount distributed under CFAP 1, which the sign up for that began June 26 and ended, I believe, October 30, but then it was extended for a week or so, was $78,145,082.56. And I have a rundown of the county by county dollars distributed. So if anyone is interested in knowing your county or something, you can just ask. Then on CFAP 2, and I'm trying to remember when CFAP 2 started up. I think it was close to the end of September. The deadline for sign up on CFAP 2, which is pretty much what they did was they opened the program up a little more, and wool and I think older sheep are eligible. There are also some cows that didn't get covered in the first one that I believe are covered in this, but they also opened it up for row crops, small grains, etc. So there are more counties that are more folks eligible for CFAP 2. And that, of course, that deadline, as I said before, is December 11. So far, the grand total of the money distributed in CFAP 2 is $53,105,626. So 78 million plus 53 million. That is a significant amount of money that has been distributed in the state just under CFAP alone. And again, if you'd like to know what your county's distribution is, you can let me know and I'll send it to you, or I can read it off for you. One of the other drought disaster kind of programs, and this is one that we have all the time. Coronavirus, or CFAP, is specifically related to coronavirus and COVID. So that is going to go away. But something that we have on the books all the time, a livestock feed program. The deadline for that is January 30. And we've got Bighorn, Campbell, Converse, Crook, Fremont, Natrona, Niobrara, Weston counties so far have requested money under that. That's essentially a way for producers to apply for purchasing feed due to the fact that they don't have pasture. So far in that area is $4.2 million that's been distributed, but they haven't until January 30, so there's potentially more money there. Another program that we have on the books, NAP, Non-Insured Assistance Program, which essentially is a crop insurance program for crops that you can't insure under regular crop insurance. So for instance, folks with grazing grass, that kind of thing. Lots of our cattlemen sign up for NAP. There is a premium, of course. I want to say it's about $350. And you have to, it's a catastrophic program. So you have to lose at least 50% of your crop or your grass before you can even say you've had a loss. And then they pay on a percentage of that, which frankly doesn't sound like much. But for some of these cattle guys with a lot of acres, that really does bring in some cash and help to tide them over. So far on that program this year, we've had $182,000 applied for and distributed. And that was in Campbell County, Converse, Crook, Hot Springs, Niobrara, and Weston counties. And that's kind of an ongoing process. The time for folks to purchase, I think, has passed. That was November 15th, but you have to purchase a policy that will then attach for, the next growing season. So folks are getting in their losses now. Some other programs that we
St.
have.
Louis?
Yes, sir.
Well, real quick, let me pause. Committee, are there any questions to this point? Questions? Okay. Real quick, could you just speak specifically, not so much to the loan program, but to the like tax deferments and so on and so forth, like for carrying over into the next year that's in a drought area for cattle?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I'm not a tax accountant. And so the particulars of that, even my farm loan personnel probably couldn't give you very good information. The best person to talk to is your accountant. If the accountant has questions, then they need to give the state office a call, and they can ask specific questions, and then my personnel can probably answer it. But unfortunately, I can't answer that. Sorry, sir. Anything else? Okay, I will move on. So the regular, what I call, and this dates me, the old wheat and feed grain program in FSA, used to be ASCS. It's now called ARC PLC. And that's where a producer signs up for a period of time, more than 1 year, but they are keeping track of their acres that are planted. For example, I'm a wheat grower, so I go in and I report the acres I've planted to wheat, and then I go after harvest and I report my yield, etc. And then any payments are based upon different times of the marketing year and a percentage of how the market is versus reality. And so the total amount of money there on that program that's been distributed so far is $8,514,000. And that's an ongoing program, and folks are coming and going and providing information, but you get payments at different times of the year. And I will admit it's confusing. Okay, when you get a notice in the mail that you got a ARC PLC payment, for when, I think we just got our last payment for 2019. So the payments come spread out throughout the year based on the market. Another common program that I'm sure everyone knows about is the CRP, Conservation Reserve Program. And that is where a farmer essentially subleases his wheat ground, for instance, and to the government, and they plant it to grass, maintain that grass, and are paid. That's an old program. It's been going on for 30 years or so here in the United States. In the West, we're getting less and less acres, in part because it started out as a program meant to address highly erodible land. And it's now evolved into more of a wild game preserve kind of program, as well as addressing water quality issues. And because a producer in the state, if they want to sign up for CRP or renew a CRP contract, which are 10 years, he has to compete pretty much against the nation. And there are certain points, if you do certain things, if you have a drip catcher that the Game and Fish puts out, they make a big deal that will catch all the moisture and run into a reservoir. And it's amazing how much water those things can catch. And that, of course, benefits the wildlife, etc. So you get a certain amount of points for that. If you plant trees, if you have various grass buffers, etc., and you bid for a certain number of dollars per acre, and if you can get accepted, but many of the folks are not being accepted just because we can't compete against the Midwest for water quality issues. Additionally, and I'm not really sure how this happened, but over time, the rental rates for the various crops went down, and it was based on regulation. They set those rental rates according to cash rental rates that are typically used, and they try to use a comparison there. The problem is in too many of our counties, there is not that much cash rental rates. It's a crop rate, a crop share rate. And so like a 1/3, 2/3 share, or 1/4, 2 3/4 share, as opposed to a flat cash rate. So our crop rental rates have gone way down. In Goshen County, I think it was $9 or $10 last year for the general sign up. Doesn't really provide a very big incentive when the price of wheat in the last month has been up as high as $5.25 a bushel. So I anticipate there's going to be more wheat planted in Goshen or in Wyoming this next year. And we're trying to work on getting those rental rates up. We've applied to increase it significantly this year, and we have to wait and see what happens there. That's a committee on the national level. So far, though, in 2020, the CRP annual payments were 4.9 million in the state. Let's see, there's some other ELAP. So we had LFP, Livestock Feed Program, which will help the producer purchase supplemental feed during a drought. And ELAP is a program that is addressing actual animal loss. And in the state of Wyoming this year, the ELAP program has paid out 2.4 million. Let's see, I think that pretty much brings all of that to an end. Again, if anyone would like me to let you know what your particular county's payment was, I'm happy to send that on to you. Finally, I just wanted to give you a little update. I got on a little bit late and Joe Budd was already speaking, so I didn't hear if he mentioned this, but the Mullen Fire, of course, was a terrible event in the state. And there are quite a few permits, Forest Service permits that were affected by that fire. And I'm not real clear on how all that works, but we anticipate there's going to be several of those permits that aren't going to be used for years. And so I was contacted by a Forest Service person down in, I believe, Fort Collins during the big fire. In fact, he had so many staff at the fire, he couldn't really provide me all the data I needed. But the discussion began around how can we help these producers in the event that next year they're not going to be able to use that permit. And we did get Joe Budd involved, and Joe wrote and sent us a draft letter to the Western Governors Association. And that, because we figured, if we can figure out something, maybe it can apply to Washington State, Oregon, and California as well. And so, or any state that had fires. And the bigger the number of states asking for something in DC, the better. So this is just to tell you that we have talked about it. We're working on something. We don't know exactly what it's going to be. The idea originally was to provide CRP grazing off on CRP somewhere in the Midwest where there was no drought. The problem with that is the transportation cost. That's huge. So we haven't really overcome that, but and we're thinking that probably after the first of the year is something that we can work on that a little more and try to come up with some answers. Right, there are some programs that FSA has ongoing that could address the loss, but we don't think it's not really gonna help like maybe these guys are gonna need. We're not sure. We're trying to survey that. The fire is out. We can now talk to folks and kind of get a little more data collected and see what we can do. I think that pretty well covers it for us, Mr. Chairman. I will turn it back to you.
Okay, well, thank you so much once again for all your hard work. It's truly impressive. Well over $100 million. 130 plus in just the CFAP programs alone. So once again, you're making a huge difference for our producers in this state. And thank you for your diligence and your hard work. So committee, any questions for the USDA? Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Thank you very much, Lois, for the very good report. Couple questions come to mind. You've offered multiple times now for the information to be provided on the counties. I'd like to take you up on that. If you could email me that, that'd be great. The other thing I was thinking about was during this whole period, given the remarkable capabilities and capacity of USDA, I'm thinking about this integrity of our food and our supply chain. Have you heard of, or are there any issues in Wyoming or in our region that may have been identified related to the integrity of our food supply and supply chain?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Henderson, our Representative Henderson, no one has addressed it specifically outside of Wyoming. Of course, we know in Wyoming, well, and really in the West, of the state committee that's made up of 5 members, ranchers and farmers from across the state, are an advisory committee to me here in FSA. And one of their issues was the lamb facility that was closed down in Greeley area. And so we wrote a letter to the U.S. Secretary and said, this is an issue that is affecting the industry. We have got to work on developing something to protect the lamb and sheep industry, but then it's also affecting the beef industry. So slaughterhouses in particular are a discussion that everybody's talking about in agriculture. And I think it's all a problem, but we don't quite know exactly how to address it. Now, I do know that and this has nothing to do with USDA, FSA, there is talk of developing several small butcher facilities around the state. Maybe that's our best option. When you have one big facility, I understand the feasibility, having a big facility and the cost and all of that is important, but then when they go out, we're all affected. But if we have smaller facilities spaced around the West, maybe ultimately that's better. More costly, but maybe it's better. So, that's really the only thing that comes to mind with regard to the chain and just the availability, because there's plenty of cows out there to slaughter. There's just nobody to do it. So I know that the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, Mr. Perdue, is very interested. In fact, when I did send the letter from the state committee, I kind of used Mr. Miyamoto's letter that he had sent in behalf of the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. And then I added some issues that the state committee had. And we sent it to the secretary and we got word back almost right away, which is kind of unheard of because they get a lot of letters. And it just was the timing. They said, the timing is perfect for this letter. We're in the process of discussing all the legal options, and they added our letter to the list of evidence that something has to be done and has to be helpful for, individual producers. So that's really about all I can tell you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again, ma'am, for all your hard work and your advocacy on the part of Wyoming agriculture. It's truly appreciated.
You're very welcome, Mr. Chairman. Just one last item I wanted to mention. Because this is a political appointment that I have, and because it appears the president's administration is going to change, I will be leaving this office. You can still call the state office and they can forward one of the specialists to answer any of your questions. So by all means, feel free to do that.
Okay, well, thank you once again for all your service. Sad to hear that it may be ending here sooner rather than later, but yeah, maybe if anybody has any sense in the next administration, I'll keep you on. We'll see.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, committee. Looks like we are done with kind of our COVID CARES Act related topics. Any further discussion amongst the committee on CARES Act, on COVID relief, on anything related to the crisis we find ourselves in now as it relates to Wyoming agriculture? If not, we're going to go ahead and go on to our next topic, that 10:15 topic, talking about budget updates. Obviously, one of the significant amount of fallout that we've seen from the virus has been related to our budget. And so with the governor just announcing the step 3 reductions yesterday, it's timely that we take a little bit of time and understand how those budget cuts are affecting agencies that are generally under our purview in the Ag Committee. So you'll see the laundry list of agencies we have here before us at the end of the agenda. And the first one is Office of State Lands and Investments. So looks like we have some folks there from OSLI, though it's hard to see exactly who. It's pretty tiny. So go ahead and introduce yourself. And I can guess who's there, but just go and introduce yourself for the record and continue with your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Scoggin. I'm the director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. And with me here today is Bill Crapser, the state forester. And we also have Jason Crowder, deputy director for OSLI. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to launch into our budget reductions for the committee. The agency, we were asked to update you on our budget in light of the reduction priorities and recommendations made to and accepted by the governor, which were final yesterday. And as many of you know, this process has been conducted in 3 phases. The first phase was earlier this year, in which there was a hiring freeze implemented and the agencies were not allowed to enter into significant contracts without approval from the governor. Then we hit phase 2, which was sort of the first round of proposed agency cuts to reach approximately 10% of the agency budget. That happened around midsummer. And then earlier this fall, which became, I think, public and final yesterday, we had phase 3, which was the second round of the proposed agency cuts to reach an additional 5 to 10% of the agency budget. I think the easiest way to help the committee understand phase 2 and phase 3's impacts on OSLI is to go through the phase 2 and phase 3 tables, which are contained in our supplemental budget book. I sent those out last night to Katie. Unfortunately, everything wasn't final until late yesterday afternoon, but we, with the chairman's permission, we'd like to go through those tables, but to share our screen. I'm not sure if the committee members received those tables or had a chance to review them, and this will just help us facilitate the quick discussion. So, Mr. Chair, if that's okay, we'd like to share our screen.
Yep, go ahead. That sounds great. And also, committee, at the very least, you can go on our legislative website and find both these step 2 and step 3 reductions that way as well.
All right, we'll have Jason here get our phase 2. Okay, so I would just remind the committee that the Office of State Lands and Investments is the administrative arm and staff for the Board of Land Commissioners and for the State Loan and Investment Board. The agency also includes the State Forestry Division. So the cuts to our budget are going to be reflective of all 3 areas. The phase 2 table, you'll see that it automatically, or it removes approximately 1.3 million from our budget, which is effective now. The first priority on the phase 2 list was to modify the source for the 10% drinking water state revolving fund, our match requirement from the general fund. We're moving that to the MRG. Essentially, the drinking water state revolving fund program, it's a direct loan program to provide assistance to Wyoming municipalities and counties and state agencies and joint powers boards for public water systems. It authorizes below market rate financing, principal forgiveness, and other types of assistance to achieve compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act and protect the public health. Under the program, the states have to come up with a 20% match in order to get the federal capitalization grant. Pursuant to Wyoming statute, SLIB, or the State Loan and Investment Board, administers this account, and our 20% match comes half from OSLI and half from water development. And when we were looking at potential general fund cuts, we noticed that for whatever reason in the past, OSLI's percentage of the match had been coming from the general fund. We don't know why that happened, but the statute actually provides that our match is supposed to come from the mineral royalty grant program funds. And so with our priority number 1, in accordance with the statute, we moved the portion of OSLI's drinking water SRF match to the MRG account. This means that approximately 1.152 million will come out of the MRG funds instead of the general fund, which will reduce the amount of available MRG funds from about 13.7 million to 12.6 million. And while the amount of the MRG funds will be decreased, we believe the amount of principal forgiveness that will now be available under the drinking water SRF grants will be greater than the amount of MRG funding used for the OSLI match. We're also hoping that this will reduce some of the dependence on MRG funding for water projects that could otherwise be funded under drinking water SRF with principal forgiveness and other aspects. As you know, our mineral royalty grant funds are diminishing for a myriad of reasons. And so we're always looking for other accounts and programs to steer folks toward in that regard. So this is simply moving from the general fund to MRG, our percentage of the match. So that brings us to
just a real quick, why doesn't that count as a overall reduction if you're reducing general funds and basically pushing the cost, it would seem, to municipalities, if I understand that correctly? Why wouldn't that count as a cut? It seems like that I understand you're still spending the same amount of money, but it also reduces the burden on the general fund. I'm wondering why that doesn't count. It seems later on you're going to push a lot of costs like for weed and pest onto the leaseholders. That seems to count as a reduction. Why not? Why doesn't this?
Mr. Chairman, this was in looking at the agency reductions, the focus was on obviously general fund. And so yes, we're getting credit for a general fund reduction, and yes, it's going to be coming out of MRG funding. So it is a bit of a, I don't want to call it a shell game, but that's essentially what it is. But this, in our judgment, and I believe in the judgment of the governor's office, is helpful because it's been very difficult to find match funding for these federal fund programs. And to the point where the agency has foregone a couple of grants or capitalization grants out of drinking water within the last year or so. And it's been a historic, I think, cost saving measure that my predecessor even engaged in as a way to have budget reductions that would have little impact. Part of the problem with the drinking water SRF funding is we've got a bunch of money sitting there in that big pot, but we don't have a lot of users or a lot of takers. And our inability to get funds out impacts our ability to get more federal funding for the program. And so really what this is about is, yes, the match will be coming out of MRG where there are available funds, but we're hoping to steer people because of the reduction in MRG funding. We're hoping to steer them to the drinking water and the clean water SRF funds, which, like I said, are primarily federal funds that can fund a lot of these infrastructure programs, and leave MRG for other types of emergency type projects that the local communities need funding for immediately. And also, we've had the luxury of a relatively large amount of money in the MRG coffers. And so people have come to rely on them. They're grants, they aren't loans. And people love grants, they don't love loans. And so we've had, in our judgment, some situations where people want to go to the MRG pot instead of maybe these other opportunities because of the grants aspect of it, as opposed to a very low interest rate loan. And I'll just let the committee know that we are working internally on some rule changes within the drinking water SRF and clean water SRF programs to also encourage more utilization of those funds with lower interest rates and using more of the federal set-asides and that sort of thing, so that we can continue to utilize those programs and get those federal funds.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and it seems like a very good move. My question was, I guess, revolving around what counts as a reduction and what doesn't. So specifically, do you have any conversations about, since you are reducing your general fund obligation, why does that not count towards your overall 10%? It looks like it doesn't. Were there any discussions? Because we have another, an additional 1.1 million. If we would have counted that, you only need another 200,000 to get you that 1.3 million. Instead, you go and you find another 1.3 million to reduce throughout your agency. So I'm wondering why that doesn't count. That general fund reduction, why did that not count towards your overall reduction?
Mr. Chairman, pardon me, it did count toward our general fund reduction. You'll see there a general fund where it says 2.463035. That was our goal, if you will, for the first 10%. And it's not an actual money reduction, but it does count toward that general fund amount that we had to come up with.
Okay, so if I understand it correctly, a 10% reduction is at 2.4 million then, and that was your goal.
Yes,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, correct. Sorry, I apologize if I misunderstood your question.
Okay, no, I was misunderstanding what your goal was. I thought it was a 1.3. So, okay, good to know. Thank you.
With that, our priority number 2 was trust land preservation and enhancement, a one-time weed and pest appropriation of $500,000, and I'll yield the floor to Deputy Crowder to explain that reduction.
Mr. Chairman, you may recall in the previous budget, the governor requested a one-time funding of $500,000 to be inserted into our weed and pest program. He was successful in securing that for us. We have spent that funding. We didn't come back and ask for that $500,000 again in our standard budget, and the legislature felt it appropriate to insert that one-time funding back into that program as well. However, they put it in the trust preservation and enhancement account. So this is just one-time funding above our normal weed and pest program account of $500,000, and we reduced it because it was the one-time funding that we felt we didn't. Well, when you're asked for a budget cut, you search for things. Obviously, we could use this funding, but it rose to the top as far as being eligible for cuts.
Mr. Chairman, if there aren't any questions on that, our number 3 priority, I'll yield to Mr. Crapser. It was to reduce permanently assigned vehicles for forestry operations.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. First thing we looked at was the number of vehicles we had, number of people we had. We took 4 vehicles, roughly 10% of our number of vehicles, and we're able to pool people, so people shared vehicles and reduce the fleet by 4. The place where that impacts us is in a very busy fire season like we had this last summer, where everybody's running every which direction. We quickly run out of vehicles, but we were able to figure out a way to make that work. So we did reduce by 4 vehicles.
Mr. Chairman, our next priority reduction was our surface land asset management systems. I'll yield to Deputy Crowder on that one as well.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, this system, we affectionately call it SLAMS. It is the system that manages all of the surface uses on state trust land. It also categorizes and manages all of the lands that we're in charge of. So the full 3.4 million surface acres and 3.9 million subsurface acres. We do this on top of the Salesforce platform, which requires an annual license fee. Right now, or prior to this reduction, every single staff member of the agency did have a license to access that system because it's a fantastic communication tool, not only internally in the office, but it's a web-based platform wherein folks out in the field and in their pickups can access this database and manipulate it in real time, and we can further show that out on our website. This reduction is reducing the number of staff members available or eligible to utilize the system by 25, and that equates to $75,000 on the biennium. The individuals we're removing from access aren't core users, that are ancillary users. It's important for them to communicate. However, when requested to do a budget reduction, those weren't core users of the system, and so we decided to remove them from access and reduce it by $75,000.
And Deputy Crowder, if you could take number 5 too, which is a reduction related to Larks and Irma.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, very similarly, this is a system that we've built in-house. It manages all of our mineral leasing functions currently, as well as all the royalty payments and reporting. It's a very robust system. It has a rather high maintenance fee on a biennial basis because of the amount of money and accounting functions it has within it. So we're reducing that maintenance by $50,000. And I apologize, I don't know the full maintenance structure, but $50,000 was a tolerable level to reduce that maintenance package by.
Mr. Chairman, numbers 6, 7, and 8 have to do with forestry, so I would yield to State Forester Kraxer to explain those reductions.
Mr. Chairman, priorities 6 and 7 are related. Their reduction in operational supplies. 6 is out of our forestry budget, 7 is out of our fire budget. Basically, this is just 10% reduction in our supply budgets. It does impact us quite heavily on years like we have just had with fire years. Higher fire occurrence, we tend to break more stuff and have more things that need to be replaced. We've given our folks clear direction to, I guess, play with the toys that they're given and take care of them. And we feel we can move forward with this 10% reduction and still have the supplies for operational that we need. Number 8 is a little bigger deal. It's a reduction in our state fire payments. This is a budget we have for our initial attack and for state land fire suppression, cutting $620,150 out of that budget, which is a significant amount. It's a little bit more than a third of that total budget. The big things to note on this budget reduction is, as we all know, the cost of fighting fire, the cost of fire is not getting cheaper. What this will force us to do, and has made us do even this summer, is to rely more on our emergency fire suppression account for state land fires, which is totally within the statute and the rules, but it's something we've avoided doing in the past.
And Mr. Chairman, that brings us to our phase 3 table. And so Deputy Crowder will.
Hey, before any questions on phase 2 committee, before we move on, and I can only see a few of you share a screen, so feel free to speak up if I don't see it.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah, Senator Moniz.
Yeah, thank you for this question for Crafter. That 620,000, does that affect any federal reimbursement money or not?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Moniz, no, that was our general fund budget for fire suppression, mainly on state land. That's a portion of that. So it doesn't impact federal reimbursements.
So will it affect the volunteers out throughout the state, their willingness to play?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Moniz, no, it's the dollars that we would use for state land suppression. As I said, what this does, it makes us depend on our suppression account to pay those numbers. So we'll talk, when we talk later about the suppression account, we probably use a larger percentage of dollars out of the suppression account this year because we didn't have that 620 available.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take us back to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and the MRG. So it's my understanding the Drinking Water Fund has some fairly strict parameters on it as to what it can be used for. The MRG is less restrictive and specifically designated for emergencies. And while I understand that a lot of people have relied on that for something that may not be as emergency oriented, it's kind of our standard operating procedure for the last several years. And so how are you loosening the parameters on the drinking water fund so that people can get into that a little more readily? Or how is that going to affect all of our people who have come to rely on those funds? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that was Senator Steinmetz that was speaking. I couldn't tell.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, I understand the question, and you are correct that with federal funds, oftentimes there comes a few more requirements that you have to adhere to in utilizing federal dollars for certain projects. However, there are, to the extent that there is flexibility within the program to help gain interest in the program with rule changes and that sort of thing. That's what we're working on right now with special low interest and principal forgiveness amounts and that sort of thing to help with that, realizing that yes, people are going to have to comply with Davis-Bacon and some of those other federal requirements. Tough times call for tough measures, but my staff, we stand by to help assist applicants with navigating these programs. Folks may not be as familiar with them, but to the extent that the state has flexibility to craft rules and regulations to make these programs more palatable, that's what we're trying to do here. I think the rules are out for comment right now, so I would encourage folks to review those and to come back with any sorts of comments or questions that they may have. And while it may seem like a little bit more of a burden, as I mentioned, we've got a big pot of money sitting there, which is largely federal dollars that obviously we would like the citizens of Wyoming to be able to utilize for some of these infrastructure projects. And yes, that doesn't mean that people can't apply for MRG and that sort of thing, but as everybody's no doubt aware, those funds are greatly diminished from what typically we have seen on a biannual basis. So did I answer your question, Senator Steinmetz?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, committee, any further questions? Sing that out.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Nope.
Oh.
Somebody?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Question is this drinking water, is that available only for cities, municipalities, or are we talking about available for livestock pipelines, water wells for livestock during the drought? Maybe I missed the direction we were going here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Tass, I don't have all of the eligibility requirements in front of me. I'd be happy to share that with you off the top of my head. I don't know if that would be eligible, or I can get you in touch with people on my staff. Elizabeth Blackwell would be one of them who knows more about the ins and outs of the program. But some of these things we certainly want to investigate, and to the extent that these projects are eligible, I want to work hard to get those addressed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, committee, any further questions? Further questions? Going once, going twice. Okay. All right, well, thank you to the folks at the State Lands Office. I apologize, I had to step out of the room for a minute to take a phone call, but do you guys have any further information you'd like to present to us?
Mr. Chairman, really quickly, we just have our phase 3 table that we'll go through quickly, which describes the last bit of reductions here that I think were approved by the governor as of yesterday. And just real quickly, the first one on our phase 3 list is our trust land study funds. We had a one-time appropriation of $75,000 to conduct the Teton County State Lands Commercial Development Study per, I think it was House Enrolled Act number 83. Rather than hire a consultant, we were able to reduce the scope of the study and utilize existing internal staff and technology to conduct that study in compliance with the legislation. Deputy Director Crowder, do you have anything to add to that?
That's perfect.
Okay. Number 2 on the phase 3 is a reduction of out-of-state travel and supplies. This may seem like a small amount of money, but I suspect over time some of these travel expenses are going to add up. This was a annual event, the 2-day event that our staff did down in Denver to help mineral companies and oil and gas companies understand our royalty reporting requirements and just the cost of staff travel, staying in hotel rooms, the hard copies of materials and that sort of thing. You know, that was $4,000. Our staff is committed to, continuing to promote technology-driven seminars, such as Zoom seminars like what we're doing right now, and to provide the information for these companies to ensure that the state trust beneficiaries continue to receive the appropriate royalty payments. We also feel like this is helpful in limiting staff exposure to coronavirus down in Colorado and with all the travel and all of that. So our next priority quickly on phase 3 is another reduction related to weed and pest. I will yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder to discuss that.
Mr. Chairman, this is our weed and pest cost share program budget. It is the full budget of $350,000. It reduces it down to zero. This is one of those hard places that we look at all the time when we talk about budget reductions, and it's the last place we want to reduce, one of the last places we want to reduce, but it's right when you look at our mission and how we have organized our leases and our contracts. We place the burden on weed and pest control on those lessees and those contractors. And inside there, it very clearly states that if funding is available, we will participate to whatever level we have funding at. So that burden is still on them to control those weeds and pests, and we understand that is a burden. We also understand that through the Weed and Pest Act that we do have responsibilities to pay for special management programs and special management areas where local districts have put those in place. We feel like we can comply with that. Part of that statute, the Weed and Pest Act, I should say, is that the state is required to pay 100% of the control efforts within those areas. Through our trust preservation and enhancement account, we do feel comfortable that we can cover that obligation where we are required to pay 100% of that. And as we move forward through the biennium, and if no other projects or needs arise that require funding out of that TP&E account, then we can go back and fund other weed and pest control efforts. But right now, this is a reduction of the full amount of our cost share program for the weed and pest program.
And quickly, that brings us to number 4 and 5, which are forestry reductions. I'll yield the floor to State Forester Crapser to explain those.
Mr. Chairman, reductions 4 and 5 are related. Again, one deals with our forestry operations budget. One deals with our fire operations budget. What we did is we get a significant amount of federal grants from the U.S. Forest Service for doing what we call cooperative forestry programs. We're taking these funds and shifting dollars, federal dollars, to pay for salaries and making the savings out of general fund. So total between the two priorities, it's about $456,000 a biennium that we'll use federal money for salaries in lieu of general fund money. The huge impact of this move is to cities, towns, counties, fire departments, because that $450,000 in the past were pass-through dollars that we passed through to individual fire departments or to cities for community forestry grants or to conservation districts or to other partners. So that pass-through will end with this move.
And Mr. Chairman, finally, our reduction priority number 6 is a vacant position. It's within the royalty compliance section. This position is tasked with royalty reviews and compliance audits related to state trust land royalties. We believe the duties of this position can largely be absorbed by existing agency staff. And so salary and benefit cost out of general funds, approximately $150,000 credit in that regard. So that takes us through the phase 3 table. And if there are questions, be happy to answer them. And afterwards, State Forester Crapser would like to provide a quick fire update.
Yes, Co-Chairman Boner and then Senator Moniz. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the, looks like we've reduced one vacant position, and it just kind of reminds me of a time when I worked for the federal government, and we had to furlough people, and it was, boy, it's weird to go through a department store in Cheyenne, see the guy who's, say, responsible for all the above top secret security clearances for nuclear missile operators working an extra shift at a department store because he got furloughed. So that's where I'm coming from. When I start thinking about these budget reductions, and I'm just wondering if you, what in general, and this is not a question that's going to be only for OSOI, so please don't feel like I'm picking on you at all, but it seems like we've made all these cuts to programs that go, or significant amount to go to municipalities that go to help our lessees, and we have eliminated one vacant position. I'm just wondering what your if you were considering furloughs or anything to get, obviously most of your costs in general fund are tied up in personnel, and were there any discussions at all relating to those options? Just a little bit of discussion.
Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman Boner, yes, we had numerous conversations about elimination of positions within both forestry and the Office of State Lands and Investments. And in fact, we had some on the table, quite frankly. And fortunately for us, we were able to sort of cover our agency expectations, if you will, on the reductions without having to go really deep into cutting a lot of positions. And I will say that OSLI and forestry, we're very lean now. And so if we have to go into significant additional cuts, we may be talking programs and things of that nature, but we feel very fortunate at this point that we haven't had to go there, even though we did have those discussions and we did have some things on the table.
Mr. Chairman, real quick. Yeah, just and I guess specifically to drill down a little bit, have you talked about the idea of furloughing folks to not necessarily reduce positions, but reduce, if they have 5 or 10 fewer days that they work in a given year? Was that given any consideration? Just once again, based off my own experience dealing with, I think we had a 30% cut in the headquarters, that oversaw all of our land-based nuclear missiles in this country. And we made that work partially through furloughing people, and it's terrible. I remember the day when they went through and said who was furloughed and who wasn't, and it's tough, but people still got off the next day and did their job, and somehow the work still got done. So in particular, have we thought about the idea of furloughs and not just reducing positions as a way of getting personnel costs to contribute to the overall reductions?
Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman Boner, yes, we have talked about furloughs. We've tried to figure out what makes sense. We've also experienced furloughs internally already with pursuant to the governor's directive. I myself furlough 1 day a month, as does Deputy Director Crowder and State Forester Craxter, and many of my managers also furlough 1 day every month, and that's going to go into January itself. So yes, we're already doing that, but I appreciate your comment with respect to if we do need to go deeper on the cuts for the agency, that furlough is, it's a nice option to have as opposed to just completely cutting positions. So your comments are very appreciated.
Just one more follow-up, please. Okay, and so where appreciate that. That's good to know. I'm just wondering where is that reflected? I don't see that reflected in the cost savings there. I guess you didn't mention it during your presentation, so I'm glad I asked the question. I'm just wondering where that's reflected in the budget reductions.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Boner, unfortunately, we don't get credit for our own furloughs under the way it was structured. So these were, it was, as I recall, it was a directive by the governor for positions at a certain level across the board would take a 1 day furlough per month through January. But unfortunately, the agency itself does not get credit for that.
Okay, thank you. That's fascinating, and I appreciate you filling us in on that.
Okay, we'll go with Senator Moniz, and then I think Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for forestry priority 4 and 5. Would you elaborate on that program where you you're shifting your general fund obligation to federal funds, and yet you refer that the cities, towns, and counties are the ones that's going to suffer. Would you kind of review the program and how that switch took place? And
Mr. Chairman, Senator Moniz, the two grants, we have a grant from the U.S. Forest Service called our Consolidated Grant. It's an overarching grant we get every year through Forest Service, state and private. It's basically, it covers state fire assistance is one of the big ones, urban community forestry, stewardship, which is for helping private landowners with management plans, managing their lands. In those programs, and I'll use state fire assistance for example, the federal government gives these dollars, they're 50-50 match dollars to the states to improve and increase the state's fire capacity. We've been fortunate over the years through general fund dollars where we've actually been able to take some of those federal dollars and pass them through to counties to help at the county level. We're the only state in the country that passes any state fire assistance dollars through to the counties. What this would be doing would be shifting some of that pass through to back to actually more of the core of what the grant is about for supporting state fire folks. So that's on the state fire side. The same on the community forestry side. We get community forestry grant, and we've been fortunate over the years to have some extra federal dollars in that grant that we've been able to do community forestry grants out to cities, out to towns, to help with tree planting, to help with inventories. With this reduction, we're going to have to utilize more of those dollars internally to still be able to provide any sort of service out to the communities and towns.
thank you.
Senator Steinmetz, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Boner asked some of it, but I guess even though you're not getting credit for the furloughs, do you have an amount that is saving the state of Wyoming? Do you have an idea on that number? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, it's my understanding that in total across the board, those furloughs agency-wide, not just OSLI, but everybody, is roughly around $2 million.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the update. As you've gone through all this very carefully, I'm sure, and given the constraints of the fiscal climate, I wondered if you'd identified any potential opportunities, you know, for example, these blocked areas and trust lands and so on. Are there any opportunities in this difficult path ahead of us where we might be able to perhaps generate some additional revenue? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, we are working on that on a lot of fronts, I guess. You're probably familiar with the Teton County State Trust Land Parcel Study that we've done, and that was a large effort led by Deputy Director Crowder, where we've identified some potential commercial development opportunities there, but also internally, we're looking at ways to increase revenue. We've had discussions with the Capital Finance Committee, with Joint Appropriations, and I believe we're going to talk with Revenue later in the week. Internally too, we're assessing things that we can be doing, potential rule changes, statute changes, things like that, that might free our hands a little bit in that regard, in which we will be visiting with this committee and others once they are a little bit more crystallized. But yes, we are actively thinking about that given the revenue constraints, and we think there are opportunities to hopefully generate even more. Deputy Crowder, do you have anything to add to that? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
Mr.
Representative Larson. Yep, you bet. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a question concerning the weed and pest grants that go to our state lands to control our weeds. Obviously, this is a place that gets cut quite often, really quick, and it's concerning. I don't know what I can do, but I'm gonna try to fight it when we get to the legislature. But it's vitally important that the state take care of their lands and not rely on the leaser. I guess one question I have, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought maybe we'd gotten some money from Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust. And if that's the case, are you in the process of maybe going back to them and asking?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's a great question, but it goes back to the previous biennium. When the governor was successful in getting us the one-time $500,000 funding, it also came along with Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund dollars as well. And I don't know if that grant has continued to move through into this biennium, but that was specific to the prior biennium and our partnership with that.
So follow up. So,
go ahead, Representative.
So did you initiate that on our side, or was the governor the one that got that going? And so are you going to initiate it if you did before?
Mr. Chairman, that was a governor initiated action. We participated in it, knowing that the area where that pot of money was going to be best used was in the Sheridan, Johnson County areas with those fast moving grass invasive species. That had to be done on a landscape level, not just on a state land level. So we partnered on the state land side, and then the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund was able to do a lot of work on the private land side so we could get that landscape level scale control effort done. And I'm sorry, you had a second part to that, Representative Larson, and I completely forgot about it. Right now, we haven't had any conversations to really move forward with that. Knowing that these budget reductions are in play, we weren't looking to find more ways to spend more money. We'd like to do that in an efficient manner, but to remain compliant with the governor's request, we had to look at budget reductions.
Well, I just sent an email. I think I didn't send it to everybody, but I'm getting $7,000. We should help the senior centers out. We didn't spend money on a regional meeting. Nobody went. Yeah, we got like 150,000. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm good. Thank you on this end.
Two senior centers, one in Sheridan and one in Cheyenne.
Somebody needs that Representative Blake. We can hear him and he's streaming.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's Stan out in the hallway. I'm going to try and let him know that.
Okay, my apologies, committee. I couldn't tell where that was coming from. All right, committee, any further questions for state lands? Further questions before we wrap up and move on? Going once, going twice. Okay, well, folks, appreciate your testimony today and appreciate the information, and we'll be in touch, I'm sure, with how things develop. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's see, it's 10:08, committee. Do we want to keep rolling or do we want to take a break? I'm thinking, because we do have, let's see, next up is the livestock board, and I think we got Mr. True is on deck. So I think we'll just keep rolling here through the morning, and if anybody needs to step away, they can, but just keep the ball rolling. We'll just keep moving to Director True. So Steve, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you. Good to see you again today. I think with the committee's pleasure, Director Scoggins did a good job of explaining the backdrops of phase 1, 2, and 3. So if the board or the committee is ready, I would just start through our phase 2 reductions. on our priority schedule, work through those, and then quickly into phase 3, which we just received yesterday. So, Mr. Chairman, with your pleasure, that's what how I'd begin. And if you have these in front of you, of course, priority 1 in our reduction was we had one position on our recording staff that was still partially funded through general fund due to some changes in staffing years ago prior to my tenure here. So we reduced that portion of general fund by almost $35,000. On the offset line, you'll notice there that other funding that our 052 brand inspection recording account picked up that expenditure. So that now that position is fully funded through inspection and recording, as are the other recording positions. And anytime, Mr. Chairman, because I'll have my head down, holler at me if there's a question. Step 2 was we had one administration position in the animal health division that we were able to fill that position when it became vacant at a lower rate than the previous employee. So we had a general fund reduction there of $5,000. Step 3 and 4 are both one-time fundings that came through legislative action in the last session. Step 3 was $100,000 added to a previous appropriation for the law enforcement reimbursement account. We determined that $100,000 may be better served to stay in the general fund rather than be in that administration of that account. So we returned that or reduced that from our budget. Step 4 was a one-time appropriation of $50,000 added to a new bill for reimbursement for mitigation activities due to brucellosis quarantine. The reason that we returned that is that account that was a one-time appropriation in 2011 is currently at $616,000. So it gets interest, and nothing it maintains its interest and keeps rolling. So we thought that account was in a good enough place to return that $50,000 of the one-time appropriation for brucellosis. Any questions so far, Mr. Chairman?
Committee,
Okay.
any questions for Director Drew? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, step 5 or priority number 5 in our cut was in our IT or information technology series. That's a small cut of not quite 2,500. That's due to the bulk of that IT series is funded through inspection and recording. There was just a small general fund bite of that, so we took 10% of that off. And I should note that most of these general funds are 10% straight across from the line item funding that we did. Step 6 was in our Astray unit budget. This is the budget that handles restitution or pays for cost of care on both Astrays and animal cruelty cases that we have in-house in our building at the stockyards. This is an account that it's a general fund appropriation that reloads every biennium, partly because many of the restitution cases, the court case where the money would come into us may go on for several years. The court may have asked, in fact, we have one that's about 10 years old that they send us about $50 a month. So that reloads every year. We revert what we haven't spent, and then the legislature reloads it at this minimum level, which will now be $43,000. Over the past 3 bienniums, that was originally a $50,000 appropriation, and we've reduced it each time cuts have been taken. So step 7 is in our admin unit, general fund unit, where we reduced both in the 200 series through utilities, vehicle maintenance, professional development, advertising, both in-state, out-of-state travel, board travel, and assigned vehicles. We took a 10% straight across the board cut there of $15,300. That includes myself, our state, my travel, the board's travel, and all 3 veterinarians' travel as well. So we took a pretty big hit there since we're in a Zoom world. At this point, that's not played a big role, but in the future, again, it may as we get around the state and our surrounding states. Step 8 was in the animal health unit, 200-900 series, reducing communications, property rentals, office supplies, and farm livestock supplies. Straight across the board, again, another 10% cut. Mr. Chairman, number 9 is in brucellosis travel, out-of-state travel. That's a small general fund appropriation of $8,000. We've reduced that from $10,000 over the years, last few years. We took another 10% cut there. That one, at this point, we're able to move that around and try and travel that out of admin, out of brucellosis travel. In certain cases, the state veterinarian's office is able to apply that with the brucellosis federal grant money through APHIS, but it has to meet certain requirements for that to be done. I would take a moment to note here that that is the only cut we offered to brucellosis in any standard. There is a brucellosis testing revenue stream, appropriation stream that pays for testing to the veterinarians that do the testing. And that account ran right on the bubble and wound up a little bit in arrears last year due to the magnitude of testing that was caused by the cases we had. We didn't touch that. And we're hoping that between that and the federal grant, we can handle whatever testing comes in this next year, 2 years. Priority 10 was a straight across 10% cut in the 200 series of operations for the law enforcement unit. That's still a partially generally funded unit. And we do have 2 investigators. I'll just take a step aside here now. The last session, we brought an exception request to hire an additional officer to help continue make our training more widespread. JAC approved the position, but not the funding. So that other second position is funded from brand inspection recording, but that's operated as a blended fund, similar as to our brand inspection recording fund has been over the years. Step 11 was a general fund contribution to brand inspection. That one, little history for
Mr. Chairman.
the members that haven't heard me. I'm sorry.
Director Drew, just hold on. Yeah, Co-Chairman Bona, go ahead.
Yeah, just to talk about those different law enforcement accounts. So looking at the one you just went over with seems to be focused on the 2 actual, livestock board employees. That's distinct from, I think it was priority 3 with the $100,000 reduction. Could that be perceived as a assistance to our county sheriffs? And so maybe the distinction is, direct employees with that one you're just talking about, but the 100,000 was a reduction in the sort of assistance that the livestock board gives to our sheriffs throughout the state. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, that is correct. And there is still, year before last in this session, you appropriated $250,000 into that law enforcement reimbursement. That remained. But the $100,000 that was appropriated this past year is what we returned. So quickly back to that step 2, that general fund contribution to brand inspection. You may remember that at one time was a 65% inspection fee, recording fee funded an account, and 35% general fund. Over the years, that going into this standard budget would have been at 85-15. But in order, due to the fact that all those other previous general fund units that I've mentioned to you have been reduced nearly 40% since our 2017-18 general fund budget, we ran out of cuts to make there. So we took this remaining dollars, this $336,000 from the general fund contribution to brand inspection. That was the part that paid towards the inspector's mileage that we pay them back to travel. Again, that would be an offset expenditure covered by the inspection and recording fund. Final answer there would be our 10% general fund cut would have been $574,929. 371,000 of that needed to be offset due to the mileage and that one position mentioned in priority 1 from inspection and recording. Any questions, Mr. Chairman, on the phase 2?
Committee, any questions for Director Trude at this point? Yes, Chairman Boner, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, it's appropriate to ask about the how your fee structure has changed at this point. It's clear that, you've made these reductions in general fund, but it's been, I think we're talking about a shell game with state lands a little bit here. It seems like that's been backfilled basically by fees. I'm just wondering how much you've raised fees recently, by what percent?
Mr. Chairman, I don't respectfully disagree with the shell game phrase. It's an offset in order to keep the brand inspection program operating at the same level for the producers that it's been at. So over since 2017, we have raised inspection fees by 25% in two tranches, a 10% and a 15%. Recording went from $1.50 to $1.85 per head cattle, 30 cent to 40 cent per head on sheep, just for an example. And the recording fees had been raised 10% one time in that time period.
And to be clear, that 10% raise was relatively recent, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that was
When was
in
that?
18, yeah.
No, I mean, we were talking about a 300% re-recording fee or $300 re-recording fee, and now it's up to $330. I thought it was how I saw the new fees just relatively recently within the past couple months. Have they been raised?
Mr. Chairman, that fee had been raised prior, but you have to remember our renewals come every other year. So there was a year in there where there were no renewals, but the fee had been increased from that 300 to 330, that 10%. It just only actually was felt in the pocketbooks of you brand holders this year during this renewal.
Thank you. I think it's important to understand, I mean, some agencies have had a reduction in 10%, actual reduction. I thought we saw it with state lands. Others are seemingly raising fees to fill the gap. And so I think we need to be aware of all the elements here at play, especially as some members go to appropriations.
So Mr. Chairman, yes, that's the history of the fee increases to this point. I think we've offered in the narratives that by the time we get to the end of this biennium, with the phase 3 reductions and what may happen in the legislature, the board will be reviewing further, hopefully more targeted measures, fee increases, and potential program changes. But at this time, we haven't done anything yet. Those require board action first. Statutory sets us a minimum, but not a maximum on all but 3 of our fees. So we have the opportunity to raise those fees once per fiscal year as necessary.
All righty, further question, committee? Further questions? All right, Mr. Drew, carry on.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, as I had mentioned, over the years, our general fund for the agency has taken that nearly 40% cut. So our phase 3 reductions came strictly from our brand inspection and recording general fund appropriation. In the 2 pieces, priority number 1 was the remainder of the split that had been designated towards paying inspector mileage. And step 2 came out of the general fund contribution to brand inspection salary and benefits of a little over $250,000. This wound up being a 5% cut on the governor's recommendations. Both of those general fund reductions being offset at this point by inspection and recording account revenue streams.
Okay. All righty. Committee, further questions for Director Drew? Yes, Co-Chairman Boner, and real quick, does everybody on the committee have any copy of this information?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going off of the email we got from our LSO staff. Okay. With it's like the 2,000-page document. Just a second, let me.
Okay. But did you have a question? Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. oh, sorry, go ahead. It's page 1094. It looks like, if you want to refer to that PDF we got from Don Richards yesterday. So that's where the livestock board is. In lieu of receiving the material from the agency, we can just go ahead and refer to that significant document that goes over step 2 and step 3. So anyway, Senator Bernice has a.
Well, that was my question. I didn't have a copy. I do have a copy of Richard's budget. I wasn't assuming that we had something different we were looking at, but I will refer to that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just offer a quick update.
Go ahead.
There was legislation came last year that made the opportunity for folks doing a brand renewal to extend that renewal in 10-year increments. And we are in our renewal process right now for this year. We're about 33% done with renewal, which is a pretty good early action. And just for the committee's information, a little over 12% of the folks that are renewing are taking some advantage of that extended renewal. We have 3 folks that have reached out to the full 100 years. Bulk of them about 20 to 30 years, but we do have a little over 12% that are doing that. And we are tracking that as future renewal, future income, future revenue that we can't spend at this time, but trying to keep that segregated in our bookkeeping system, that this is money that normally we would have received in 2023 or 2025. But so that's when we're trying to allocate its expenditure, is in those same periods when we normally would have received it.
Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we have you here, Director True, I would just like to ask how our program is going that we stood up with the state sheriffs, the grant program, and the new the brand inspection officer that's working with them. I've had some questions about that from producers, so I thought I would just take a moment to ask you how that program is working.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, thank you for that question. It was a slow process getting that set up and getting an MOU contract that suited everybody. As I'm sure you're all aware, contracting can sometimes be a interesting obstacle. We do have one MOU for targeted enforcement with one county sheriff, and we're currently in early talks with 3 more on that MOU, which would be similar to those of you that are familiar with what the Forest Service grants work with the sheriff's offices for targeted patrol in their areas. We've set that same thing up, and we have extended our trainings. Of course, with the current world situation, trainings kind of went to the wayside there for a minute, but we do have the 2 new officers that are both training together, and then they'll be able to split that up and train more and doing ride-alongs with those sheriffs that are interested in the MOU process in order to make some stops. And I would note, I don't think I'm giving away anything investigation-wise, but our officers have been in conjunction with our peers in South Dakota and Nebraska, making some stops along both borders and doing having some interesting conversations there. Thank you.
Joke.
Further, yes, go ahead, Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. We talked a little bit about furloughs with OSLI, and that's probably just going to be a standard question for me as we go through our agencies, especially since that's not reflected in any budget book in your agency. So I'm wondering if the livestock board has been affected by furloughs. If so, can you describe that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we have. We have six members that are currently being furloughed under the governor's program. 2 of those from special revenue. That was an equitable fair across the board. Didn't matter where your funding stream came from. If you reached that level, you got to play in the furloughs. So we have 6 folks doing that at this point. Yes.
Follow up, go ahead.
Now a follow-up, totally different subject, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman. We discussed briefly, Director, what it would take in theory to have your agency being fully funded by fees. So obviously we've made a little move in that direction with these budget reductions. I was wondering if you had any numbers you want to share with the committee regarding that potential. Anything would be useful. How much would you have to raise fees to be fully funded through fees?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to approach that question in a two-part answer, if you don't mind. Number one, I'll approach it with inspection recording, which has always been the blended thing. The general fund part for animal health, the board and admin has always been general fund under statutory obligation. So first I'll attach that in a ballpark fashion for just to put brand inspection recording strictly on its own funding with no general fund contribution would take a minimum of another 25% fee increases across the board. There may be other, that's where I mentioned the more targeted measures. There may be ways to do that without just taking every fee increase, without making the everyday cattle producer, sheep producer bear the brunt of that. That would take it from $1.85 per head for cattle to $2.31. Anecdotal conversations tell me that that might be at a level that has a problem with compliance. It would take sheep from 40 to, gosh, I don't have my paper, but in the 50-cent range per head. That's just to separate brand inspection recording. And I would note that the way that this thing is, the reductions are structured at this time, the board with the remaining piece of general fund on the governor's recs gives the board and the executive branch and the legislature an option, the option of a little bit of time to come up with some targeted measures that may make some program changes that would offset that everyday producer having to bear the full brunt of that. That would also take a renewal fee, for example, Mr. Chairman, to $412 from the $330 to $412. So in part two, the frightening part of your question would take about an 85% fee increase across the board if you want to do the whole agency. Now you're talking $3.45 a head for cattle. You're talking 70 cents a head, 75 cents a head for sheep. You're talking a $610, I believe. Well, I had everything arranged, but I moved it. $610, I believe, renewal fee. I think, Mr. Chairman, without just offering an informational an experiment or from experience, I would say we were well into the realm of diminishing returns and extremely reduced participation at those rates, where the increased fee doesn't get you the ticket buyers that you think you were going to get. And please disregard my 2 bits there in the end if you didn't want to hear that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, follow up, Co-Chairman.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. And so I was just looking at your budget here. It looks like there's about 13 million in other funds and 5 million roughly in general funds. So of that 13 million, that can't be all fees, and there's other things in there. Could you just give us a breakdown to have that large, that big picture sort of a breakdown of where your agency's at 13 million? Clearly, if you're looking at a 85% increase to cover, something that's less than half or maybe about a third, that can't all be fees. So if you just go over where that 13 million is and other funds that we're looking at in the governor's budget reduction book, that'd be helpful. Just in rough terms. I understand I'm putting you on the spot here, but
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that is, other than a well, there is the predator fee, which is a pass-through. Mr. Chairman, there's $2,100,000 of predator fee pass-through. And there is that brucellosis grant federal fund, which is like 435,000 ballpark. But beyond that, those are fees that would need to be offset. Or the rest of that is fees that comes in, Mr. Chairman.
So roughly 11 million in fees, it looks like, outside the predator program for a budget in the general fund budget, roughly of between $5 and $6 million. Just so you have the round numbers. I think it's helpful for the committee.
Mr. Chairman, that's pretty ballpark. Our standard budget at the beginning of this biennium was $5,750,000 general fund.
Okay, that's helpful for a sheet producer to understand the, like myself, to understand the big picture without too much detail there. So, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions? Representative Haley, did you have your hand up a minute ago? Okay, all right. Committee, further questions for Director True? Further questions? Okay, all right. Director, any further information you have to share with us?
Mr. Chairman, not at this time.
All righty. Okay, all right, committee, one more time. Any further questions? Going once, going twice. All right, thank you, Director, for your time again today, and always appreciate hearing from you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Yep. Okay, we are going to keep moving on. It is 10:35, and we're now moving on to the engineer's office, and Mr. Lanning is with us today. Thank you, sir, for joining the Ag Committee today. And we'll turn it over to you. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Hey, how's my audio? Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. I'm Greg Lanning, the state engineer, as well as the director of the state engineer's office, and I appreciate being here with the committee. My report's in summary form also. I appreciate Co-Chairman Boner given us a tag for where we are in the document. You know, and I apologize for that. I know State Lands put up a good copy of the priority sheets, and that's what we've been going on. I wasn't quite sure how phase 3 was going to turn out, so I didn't get any copies into the committee. So do you have a page number by any chance, Mr. Co-Chair, that they could follow, or
It looks like
pretty good summary.
Yeah, it looks like page 648. I'm just doing a control F on this PDF. I'm sure anybody else can do the same, but yeah, it looks like we're state engineers starting at page 648.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And again, I have a pretty succinct summary, and I think it'll get to the point that this chair or this committee wants to hear as to the effects on agencies in particular. You've all heard that we've gone through 3 phases or steps to get to this point. We don't necessarily address phase 1, but that was the point in time where we froze hiring, as well as looked at larger contracts, as well as looked at what savings we could do in that existing budget last year, that biennial budget. And in terms of savings, of course, or before that, we did freeze positions, which you'll see has a profound effect in these phase 2 and phase 3 reductions as far as the state engineer's office, because those frozen positions, as a result of turnover or other circumstances, then ultimately became targets for budget reductions. But in phase 1, we saved, as a result of looking at that year's budget, $650,000, for instance. We have a $12,500,000 biennial general fund budget. So $12 million budget in the general fund. And of course, these phased reductions became targets of the general fund in particular. Phase 2 reductions, then our target number for 10% reduction was $1,258,000. So 1,200,000 roughly for 10% reduction in the general fund and state engineer's office. That resulted in 3 positions, all vacant as a result of circumstances. The first one, for instance, the assistant or the deputy director to the state engineer's office. As I came in, which by the way, my anniversary is about next week. I'll have been here 1 year. And boy, it's been quite a year. And we had neither the state engineer nor the assistant at that time. I came on board in November, And it wasn't long after that the position was frozen for the deputy director. That then became a cut. By the way, there was a list, you may recall, during the last legislative session of 22 or so positions, vacant positions that the legislature was looking at. That amounted to over $2 million. And then the legislature directed the governor at that time to try and find that money. And then as a result of these phased reductions, I think most all that money has been accounted for. But the assistant or the deputy director was on that list. That's 280,000 of that $1.2 million target. We had a groundwater position also, similar circumstance in terms of turnover. That has since been reduced in phase 2. And then a safety of dams engineer. We have a safety of dams program in the state engineer's office. Generally, it's about 2.5 FTEs. As a result of these reductions, that's now 1.5 FTEs for safety of dams. So those 3 positions represent about 80 or 75% of the total reductions. The other major reduction was in our e-permit, our software that is pretty much the electronic heart and soul of the state engineer's office. Of a 400,000, we in a biennial budget try to budget 500,000 for every 2 years to maintain that software, and that maintenance budget got cut by 400,000, so 100,000 short of the 500,000 budget. A word on e-permit also. It's been 15 years in the making to put this, our permitting process, most everything we do in the state engineer's office, into an electronic format. It's made it a lot easier for water right research, for instance. Permits and applications now can be done online. And I think in general, the public has really praised this software. And of course, internally, we use it all the time. And it's become a major part of our process, and quite frankly, helped us in terms of total staff reduction over the last 10 years. Because of the efficiencies in e-permit, we've been able to get through in part with fewer people. 15 years in the making, maybe $12 million investment over those 15 years. It really is in a state of needing to be rehabilitated. And you've heard this software discussion in other arenas, I know. And e-permit needs to be put into that same category. And I don't know, it's an initial phase is to try to determine, what today's platforms look like and what enhancements need to be made. There's a lot of support that's gone by the wayside or hard to find. The latest example, for instance, is in just cybersecurity. Our credit card, you could pay online through a credit card. Firewalls and security and platforms have changed to the point where that small portion of e-permit is no longer available. And we've been looking for solutions for that. All of that will cost money in the future as we evolve into what the next phase of e-permit is. So the 3 positions in phase 2, $400,000 to the e-permit program in phase 2 to meet our $1.2 million 10% reduction goal in the general fund. With that, I'll move on to phase 3 reductions. A caveat to the state engineer's office, we don't have, the reverse of that is most all of our funding is for people and personnel. And therefore, that's why you're seeing cuts to positions. There's no magic, program or money otherwise in a program that we could cut other than that e-permit money. In phase 3, there's essentially 3 1/4 positions affected. Support services is the people that support e-permit and other software that drive the state engineer's office. We lost our administrator to a serious illness. He passed away earlier this summer, unfortunately. That position became vacant and therefore also became a target for phase 3 reductions. My executive assistant is retired, and that position became vacant just a month ago, and hence that became then a reduction also. And then a groundwater technician also. So those 3 positions have been reduced. In phase 3, we've reduced also 1 full-time position to 3/4 time. I haven't mentioned necessarily, but if you're looking at those sheets, you'll see also minor reduction, 10% reductions in travel, 10% reduction in office supplies, et cetera. Kind of the routine reductions in miscellaneous categories, if you will. So phase 3 then became a 5% reduction goal over the last, since we learned the results of the latest revenue report in Craig. And so our target or our total in phase 3 then was 627,000. So phase 2, 1.2 million, phase 3, 627,000. I have to add, I know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Co-Chairman Bono, yep,
questions?
go ahead.
Oh, sure. Just dealing with these personnel reductions, it sounds like they're all a result of vacancies. And I just want to make sure I understood that correctly. And if so, is there been any, have you assessed the effect that would have on your agency if perhaps it might be prudent to shuffle some folks around to, you know, I'd hate to just reduce positions just based off of who retires at a certain point when maybe it helped the function of your agency, maybe it wouldn't. I'm just wondering a little bit more detail on that as to how you're reducing those positions.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I really appreciate that question because I know, you know, we like to talk about strategic reductions, and then you might call these coincidental reductions. Whether or not they were vacant at the time, they were real. You know, even if they were, you know, we're fortunate in a way in some cases that these aren't real people that we're laying off. On the other hand, they were unfortunate vacancies and then became targets in these budget reductions. For instance, the deputy director for the state engineer, that's all, that'd be a lot of this budget presentation, quite frankly, and special projects, appeals from the field, you know, a lot of legwork that the director or the deputy director would do for the state engineer. That position's also mentioned, by the way, in statute in a place or two, as to the ability to have that position, for instance. The safety of dams engineer, that was we're fortunate in that case. It became vacant as a result of the promotion of a previous safety of dam engineers into our surface water administrator position. And because of that, then that same person then can really see to a lot of the duties in the safety of dams program. But you're right, Mr. Co-Chairman. These are not necessarily strategically driven in the sense that you could just pick out, you know, a program. We really don't have a program, and so it becomes this just reductions to meet the intent of the reduction exercise. I hope later, of course, that we can reorganize under these, and then we're given some leniency to do that to continue to meet our mission.
Go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, and just I'm thinking back to the discussion this committee had with the University of Wyoming and the College of Agriculture, where it's just kind of a wherever vacant positions happen to come up during a time when we're reducing budgets, that's what the cuts ended up being. And I'm glad to hear that you're thinking ahead. Hopefully, once we get to some stabilization when it comes to these reductions, then we can move forward and make conscious decisions about how to reshuffle the your personnel. So I appreciate your thinking about that, and glad to hear it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know time is of the essence, and but I want to, if I may, speak again to the co-chairman's point. And I know in my interview a year ago, or over a year ago now, I had some ideas as to what reorganization would look like, you know, to make us more efficient, more responsive to our customers. breaking down certain silos to where we were seamless across all divisions, for instance. It's what I called the next gen SEO. What does the next generation look like? And a lot of that, by the way, has a lot to do with technology and communication. Even this Zoom meeting, for instance. So I had that blueprint in mind, and it's still there as to what reorganization might look like to better serve our customers in the future, and hoping that these cuts aren't so deep as to curtail that too much as to what a reorganization might look like.
Representative Henderson had his hand up, and then we'll go to Senator Moniz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question to the state engineer. As you've gone through your review and your cuts, I was wondering, are there opportunities to make more use of technology? I mean, you mentioned Zoom, but in terms of the e-permit, whatnot, but also to timeshare perhaps support from other engineering talent that's around the state, the campus over there, students, graduate students, that kind of thing. Is there opportunity ahead for that in your next gen plan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's an excellent question. I appreciate that. Absolutely. The partnerships are most obvious, and a lot of our research comes out of the Water Development Fund and the Water Development Office. Through there then becomes WORDS in our Water Research Center over at the University of Wyoming. I know we had a pretty glorious pass of internships as well. And it's important to me, and it is in the next gen plan, is to try to groom, if you will, the next state engineer and give you guys some choices to get some more engineers in here to be able to apply for this position and be qualified for that. So those partnerships are certainly there. I might add also in terms of the information age and the electronics, of course, out in the field in terms of water gauges and water regulation and automatic head gates. We see a good evolution there too, to where once we used to have to go out and see every head gate and see how much water's in there. We have good automated controls now for a lot of that, and we continue to evolve in that. So that also is part of next gen SEO, for instance. Similar, as we continue to cut, and these are only small costs, by the way, $4,000 or $5,000 perhaps for certain automation equipment on head gates. But these cuts do affect that, and the potential in that sense to continue to evolve to an automated world of water regulation and control.
Okay, Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, or state engineer, one of the things we're seeing across the board is, while technology is extremely convenient, and I'm not saying we don't need it, but our subscription costs and all of those things associated with a McDonald's, if you will, society who wants something instantly may not be affordable with the population base and the tax base that we have in the state going forward. And so have you had any of those discussions as far as the cost of doing business to automate and keep it at lightning speed versus maybe going back to a few things that are not as automated and having, the service to the public be a little less fast, but a little more affordable to the taxpayer?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Steinmetz, thank you for the question. We've coined a phrase, or at least I have, this idea that e-permit may fatally crash is a big issue. And I don't know, it's difficult to think of redundancies in e-permit. So we're looking at hardening e-permit in some way. There's small modules off of that, such as data transfer and mapping and this kind of thing that are housed in different areas or files, if you will. But the idea that e-permit, if not funded, I don't know what funding might, it may take a $5 million rehab, for instance, over the next few years to get it up to meeting, the new updates, if you will, in the software world. So as we talk about, we call it step back, there was a day when we took applications by paper. And I know my people don't like talking about that, but that's exactly what we need. We copy it, we put it in PDF, certain portions of it are still electronically available. But that fatal analysis is what we're doing in terms of losing e-permit. And you're so right, those subscriptions and everything else, even though we thought going into the computer world, automating, et cetera, was going to be inexpensive and make more efficiencies, all those other fees have come up to haunt us. Going back to our 500,000 for maintenance of e-permit, we had a contractor, and I use this analogy where we dangle that 500,000 in front of that. It's not proprietary software, but it takes a certain team that knows that software to be able to fix it. And we don't have that technology. That 500,000 wouldn't interest them anymore. They just finally said, we've moved on. You go figure something else out. And so that's a great example of the electronic age, or software and computers, making it difficult for us to move forward for what we've adopted over these years.
Okay, yes, Senator Moniz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, looking at your budget in your step 2 and step 3, it's always referred to as a COVID reduction. Is that a uniform choice of words by you or the governor, or are we using these reductions and blaming it on COVID, or I'm curious?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Moniz, I got here just in time for the budget session, and in and of itself, that was it was pretty much stay even, if not reduce what you could. It was a couple months after that then that in February and March where COVID became reality. And then the revenue report was rewritten at their relook. We had a relook at the Craig report. And that particular Craig report was different and apart from the one we used in the budget session. So several months later, that report comes out and says, oh my, as a result of additional, and you've heard it all already, minerals, oil, gas, and coal, but also our investments. So the stock market issues related to COVID. So it's my opinion and my understanding that, that February, March, look at the Craig report and its effects, be that direct or not to COVID, was a serious issue, and we had a long ways to go to make up for some revenue losses.
So based on that, is there a potential for federal reimbursement on these reductions based on the fact that we're calling it COVID related?
You've also probably heard related to COVID and CARES Act funding that it's a rather narrow definition as to what we can qualify for. We've looked at it over and over, and the only two things we could come up with directly related that met the criteria were some computer replacements for laptops because we're teleworking now, and then also a server upgrade that because of we needed the bandwidth and the support for those computers to be COVID eligible. Each of those kind of minor, if you will, maybe 120,000 in the servers and maybe 70,000 for the computers.
Thank you.
All righty, committee. Any further questions for Mr. Lanning? Further questions? Going once, going twice, all right. Well, Director, thank you. And do you have any further information to present to us today?
Just real quick, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to tell our story and what we do and what our mission is. Co-chair Boner has been asking consistently a couple questions related to furloughs and then also fees. I'll answer those real quickly. Our fees are very minor. They're $50 or $70, $75. They're directed, or they're maxed out by statute. We cannot go any farther than say $75 on a lot of our fees. A lot of them are at $50. That amounts to about 150,000 a year is all. So very minor offset, if you will. So doubling fees doesn't do us much good. And quite frankly, it can be expensive otherwise for water rights, doing mapping and these kinds of things. The other question had to do with furloughs, and that's for grade 11 and above. We have about 19 employees that are currently furloughing 1 day a month. We didn't, as a result of that directive, we weren't able to use that as a tool in our budget reductions, and at least we didn't think so, because that kind of preempted our attempt to do that. I've begun to call these externalities. You've heard our phase 2 and phase 3 reductions specific to the SEO, but we have these other externalities. Furloughs came from outside. The state's looking at leased space, $24 million budget. They're looking to reduce by $7 million. So leased space out in the field. We have about 18 offices throughout the state. That's to meet our objective of getting quickly to water right regulation. And then HRD consolidation. That's a reduction to our budget also. Ultimately, we're transferring over through B11 the cost for our single HR person that is caught up in the HR consolidation effort. We see also some, ETS or computer support, as well as some fleet maintenance vehicles. So we have, in addition to these phase 2 and phase 3 reductions, we have other activity going on throughout the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Again, thank you, Mr. Lanning, and for all your work and all you do, and for the state and for your office. So, all right. Well, if there are no further questions, I don't see any. Okay. All right. We'll keep moving on here. And again, thank you, sir, for your time today, and take care. I'm sure we'll be in touch. All right. We have next up Wyoming Water Development Office. And we got Director Gebhardt with us today. Ah, there he is. There he was.
I am back. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Director. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Brandon Gebhardt, I'm the Director of Water Development, and with me I've got David Ray, our Fiscal Manager. And the story we're telling today as far as our budget reductions are a little different message than what you're hearing so far. And that's typically or generally because we are a special revenue agency. We are not generally funded. As a result of that, we were not asked to submit budget reductions formally in IBARs. But we do understand the severity of the financial crisis of the state, and we felt that it was our responsibility to contribute. And we have implemented some cost savings that mimic the similar budget reductions to what you're hearing. Those examples of those cost saving measures, we had 2 vacant positions when I got here a little over a year ago. We did not fill those, and we have not filled those. So we continue to hold those 2 positions. And then we've also reduced our Series 900. And I would think that if you're looking for something in that budget book, I don't know that you'll see anything from our agency in that. As I mentioned, we weren't requested to. So I'm just trying to illustrate what we're doing. But we have reduced our 900 series by about $270,000. And then we do have some reductions to our travel. And then another cost savings that we're doing is we're working to renegotiate our lease and basically occupy half the space that we currently do with the hopes of coming to about 50% of our current lease. So really those are our measures out of budget reduction, I will mention that our agency budget is about $8.1 million. And the reductions that I talk about, they do equate to about 15% of that budget with the numbers that we're looking at. I would stand for any questions. That's kind of what we're doing.
Okay, yes, question committee, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just briefly of your budget, is there any general fund associated with that? Or could you just give us an overview of what your revenue sources are, if they're all paid by users, or just a brief overview would be helpful.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So our agency budget is funded out of Water Development Account 1, which receives a portion of the mineral severance tax. All of our accounts receive a portion of the mineral severance tax, and percentages. Water Development Account receives 12.45. Water Development Account 2 is 2.1, and Account 3 is about 0.5%. And that equates to about 19.3 million per year for Account 1, 3.255 per year for Account 2, and about 775,000 for Account 3. On top of that, we do get some investment incomes on state investment earnings, and then we do get some income on loan interest, loan repayments. So that is the 100% of our funding for our agency.
Follow up, go ahead.
And to be clear, that's a relatively recent change. You presumably were generally funded, and we switched to account number 1 primarily. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, as long as I have known, water development has not been generally funded. It has always been the severance tax. Maybe not always, but at least for a considerable amount of time. And I will point out too, Mr. Chairman, that all of these cost saving measures that we're doing right now, they do not go to the general fund. They will revert back to Water Development Account 1, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because that does go to projects that we're putting on the ground around the state. And I will also point out, I've heard everybody else talk about furloughs and the questions of furloughs, and yes, we are participating in furloughs. We've got 6 employees under furloughs, and that's about 25% of our staff is participating in furloughs.
Okay, yes, Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, could you remind us, just for my recollection, how much you're contributing to the state engineer's budget and for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, yes. We have 5 or 6 non-project expenses that go to other agencies. And currently the Board of Control is funded out of Water Development Account 1. And I believe that is about $14.2 million.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Blake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gebhardt, are all your positions filled, or do you have open positions in your group there?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, we have 2 open positions currently, and those are the 2 that we're calculating as our savings right now. We had the opportunity for an exception request to fill those, and we chose not to request that given the state of the state right now.
Thank you.
All right, committee, any further questions? Further questions? All right, seeing none at the moment, Director Gebhardt, do you have any further information to present?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to tell our story.
Okay. Well, thank you very much again for your time today, sir, and appreciate you working with us and the committee and all the work you do for water development and with the Select Water Committee as well. So thank you again. And yeah, I guess we'll wrap this segment up then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, committee, we'll keep moving on. And up next, of course, we have the State Fair, which we should have some information in our packets, excuse me, that was mailed to us, and Ms. Courtney Conkle will be presenting that. But again, she included several pieces of information, I know, and a bit of a slideshow. So Ms. Conkle, the floor is yours whenever you're ready. Can you hear us on your end, Courtney? Courtney, can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All righty. Okay, the floor is yours whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me here. I want to take a few minutes and sort of talk about how the Step 2 and Step 3 budget impacts have impacted the Wyoming State Fair so far. And so I sent over a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm going to take a few minutes and walk you guys through that so that way we can take a look at the different avenues that we considered prior to making a decision, why that decision has been made, and some of the potential impacts that we'll see moving forward as we continue planning for the 2021 Wyoming State Fair. All right. Can you guys see this?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Katie, do we need to show that on our end, or should Courtney be able to do that?
Mr. Chairman, she has permission, but I could certainly pull it up if she lets me know which of the documents she'd like.
Okay. Nope, wait. No.
Are we seeing it now, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, coming in.
Perfect. So I want to just take a few minutes and talk through what we did with our Step 3 budget reductions. And so these reductions do impact us pretty greatly. Over the years, we operate off of a very humble budget to begin with. And so when we face these cuts, it is very challenging to figure out exactly what we can do while still keeping the integrity of the Wyoming State Fair. And especially right now in this environment as we try to improve as an organization. So we operate predominantly off of two budgets, our 0801, which is a general fund contributed budget, and our 0803, which is a special revenues budget. So that's a full offset budget. So with our 0801 general funds, we see a contribution. We were budgeted for a contribution originally of just over $3.1 million. And then we have special revenues that come in called our 113 account, which is all of our fair time specific revenues. So that's where you're going to see our vendor revenues, our sponsor revenues, admissions, grandstand entertainment, etc. So as we entered the 2021-22 biennium, we were looking at a contribution of $917,385 from our Fund 113 revenues, which would be a contribution of 22.63% of our total 0801 budget. So as we started looking at this, there's two funds that I'm going to reference a lot as I kind of walk us through this. That's Fund 113, which is those fair time revenues that I just referenced, and then Fund 455. 455 is essentially all of our non-fair time revenues. So if you were to come and rent the arena, have your wedding here, rent the dorms, utilize our cafeteria services, or stay in our RV park, those are all revenues that would fall under 455. And so as we went through the first round of budget impacts, budget reductions earlier this year, we saw a pretty huge impact. And so our contributions shifted significantly. And those were our 113 percentage-based contributions. So the amount of money that we're contributing remained the same. So that $917,385 that's based off of our fair time revenues. We saw a percentage increase essentially when we're looking at the total budget. So after that first round, so the step 2 budget cuts, we saw that we were contributing 25.28% of our total 0801. So is that the way we want to get there? No, not necessarily, but is it forward progress? Yes. So I'm going to kind of bounce us through the next few things. Our finance committee and our team took a very, very serious look at our options in terms of how to get to step 3 budget reductions. And so we took a look at the 3 most relevant options, and we dove in deep, and we talked about the potential repercussions and if they would be feasible. So the 3 items that we looked at were doing a full second 10% reduction, which for 0801 would have been over $300,000. Then we talked about the potential that we have as an organization to backfill those funds. So that would be essentially doing a B11 from our 455 revenues, those non-fair time revenues, and bringing them into our 0801 budget. So Fund 455, those non-fair time revenues, they're married to our 0803 budget, just like how our 113 funds, our fair time revenues, are married to 0801. So we're talking fair time essentially, which is also some of our year-round operating expenses, versus our non-fair time revenues and expenses, which is a full offset budget. We talked about if we could do the full $308,183 transfer for this biennium. And then we talked about if we would maybe want to split the difference and offset a portion of those funds, which is ultimately what we decided to do. So I wanted to be fully transparent and share these documents with you about what we really looked at prior to making a decision, because this decision was not made lightly. So you have access to all of these slides so you can look into option 1 and option 2. But ultimately, the Finance Committee recommended to our full board, and it was adopted, that we would go with option 3 for the step 3 budget reductions, which is a backfill of 50% of the second 10% reduction to 0801, which results in a transfer of $154,091.85 of 455 funds to our 0801 budget for this biennium. And that decision was not made lightly. It was ultimately my recommendation to our Finance Committee and to our full board to make sure that we were taking a pretty serious look at what could we do and the level of sustainability. That's something that we want to be very, very conscientious of as we move through the rest of this biennium. So it's not great. And some of the areas that it's really, really going to deeply impact would be our 900 series. That is what we're the most concerned about and what we'll try to remain as aware as possible as we move through our 2021 fair planning process. Our 900 series are our contractual agreements for the annual fair. And so that encompasses everything from janitorial services to temp staff, all of our entertainment. Those are all items that are based off of that line item in our 900 series. So we're going to have to be aggressive, but that's a bit of an overview of how we reached where we were coming from. So the biggest impact for us as an agency is going to be the reduction in 900 series funding for our 0801 budget, because the total net cut, and that's the net reduction. So that's after we backfilled that portion, that 154,000. Our net reductions for this biennium in our 900 series is $359,389. So it's impactful when we're talking about, you know, what an intimate and humble budget we operate off of. It will be challenging. So I want to take some time and answer any questions that you all have regarding what this is going to look like in the next year.
All righty, thank you very much for the presentation, Courtney. Committee, are there any questions? Yes, Co-Chairman Bonner, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hunt. I appreciate the presentation and the difficult decisions you made so far, Ms. Conkle. Certainly less than ideal. Another challenge, challenge after challenge. It seems like we've been faced with the state fair, and I'm proud of the way that you and your team have handled all of this. And so I want to say that first and foremost. But my question is, 900 series contractual services is very broad, as you discussed. It could cover a wide range of services. Can you give us any more detail at this point? Understanding is still very early, but how that might actually play out? Are we looking to reduce things like security or trash service, or are we going to see a reduction in the entertainment available? Just a little bit more detail as to what contracts you might be looking at a little bit more closely than others.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, thank you so much for that question. That's a great question, and we are still navigating aspects of it. Some of the things that we're doing already is restructuring our security and our janitorial, as well as our temp staffing. And what we don't want to see is a reduction in that workforce during the fair. However, we have run the past few years with essentially a pre-Saturday. So for a lot of those agreements, the term of the agreement starts the Friday before the traditional fair begins and then runs through that following Sunday. So we're going to be minimizing the potential for fiscal liability by having a little bit more of a micromanagement approach with those RFPs. So we just did those RFPs in 2020. Wow. So it was this year. And we'll re-release them later this month, actually. And so what we're doing is we're sort of minimizing the potential for those to be the level of expense that they are currently. It's also a good time in the fair industry to be doing that type of thing because there's not a lot of competition right now in terms of RFPs that are being released. It's just such a tumultuous time for this industry. So we're being aggressive in things like that where we can control the potential for fiscal bleed a little bit more. And then we're getting very creative in terms of entertainment, food service, however we can minimize the potential for variable in terms of those expenses, but it's a lot of haircutting. So instead of saying, nope, we're just not going to have security, we'll save that money there. We're being like sturgeon, like scalpels out of what can we do that's going to have the least amount of impact. So when somebody comes to the 2021 fair, it doesn't feel like there's been $360,000 cut out of the contractual services. So there's going to have to be a lot of smoke and mirrors in terms of guest experience. But we are also hoping that some of the decisions that we're making are going to lend to the sustainability of us becoming more of a fiscally responsible organization in terms of getting to a point where ideally by the 23-24 biennium that we could be majority self-funded.
Yes, Senator Moniz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Courtney, would you tell us what you're doing the other 11 months of the year to generate revenue for that facility?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Senator Moniz. That's a great question, and thank you so much for that. It's a little bit of a challenging time in terms of event production right now, but we do produce events. So we are a full service rental facility. So we do serve as an event center. Right now we have over 100 events a year that take place on the Wyoming State Fairgrounds, some of which are smaller private events such as weddings and quinceañeras, and some of which that are very large scale, like we have markets, we have public shows, and we have had a huge increase in our equine usage in 2020. So one thing that's pretty exciting to report, many of you will remember that we released the master plan back in January of this year, and it had a huge focus on the market share of equine events throughout Wyoming that we could potentially be recruiting, not only from within the state, but also out of state. So we really put an effort into that this year. And we saw a calendar year increase from 2019 to 2020 of 153% in our equine event revenues, which is pretty impressive considering that it was 2020 and that we were dealing with COVID this year also. So we're really trying to diversify our revenue sources in terms of the type of events that we produce on an annual basis. We also have the RV park. So we have a 400 space RV park that when the oil and gas industry was booming in Converse County the past few years, that's how we've built our net reserves in Fund 455.
Follow-up, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple more questions. One is sponsorship. How's sponsorship going, and how active is your board involved in assisting you in acquiring sponsorships?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Moniz, that's a fantastic follow-up question. This was a challenging year to ask for funds, obviously, but we have an amazing sponsorship representative, which is our Assistant General Manager, Ruba Sunsa. And we actually saw a net increase of 15.5% in our total sponsorship revenues for this year, which we're pretty proud of. And the board is very open to being mobilized. We've been in the process of creating some additional documents that they can take to their different sectors that they represent and the different quadrants of the state, so we can hopefully have even more reach for 2021.
And just one more, of which Representative Henderson will also be interested in, is the fund that Representative Henderson sponsored on the endowment. How is that going, and are we gaining there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Moniz, that is another great question. I'm really excited. The endowment deserves a lot of time and energy that, as we navigated through COVID and planning my first fair here at the helm of the organization, we were not able to provide it with in the last year. So at our last board meeting in September, there was actually the appointment of a standalone committee for the endowment. So that way it can really get the time and energy that it needs to be able to foster its growth. But I'm pleased to report that there's currently $3,563,587.09 in the endowment account. It's a great start, and we are ready to hopefully start really integrating some new energy towards that for 2021 and beyond.
Okay, yes, Representative Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that update. If I remember right, July 1st, the balance was about 3.56 million, which is great. I'd be very interested in knowing what's the plan going forward over, say, the next 2 to 4 years in terms of that committee you just mentioned, but also in terms of helping to grow the principle of that amount. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, that's a great question, and that's something that we're very open to determining what the future growth looks like for the endowment. In the immediate future, we'll be meeting as a committee before the end of the year. It'll be our first endowment committee meeting that we've had with the breakout committee, and we will be talking about creating a signature event. And so something like how something like UW's gala that's usually in February, we want a signature event that is going to help generate those funds and create awareness of the endowment while still helping it be an advocate for the fair and for the agricultural community. So we're really hoping to create a legacy. It's going to take some elbow grease as we get it off the ground, and it's an interesting time in terms of creating a new event. Just I think that everybody, every individual and every business is very focused on health, safety, and fiscal responsibility. So we want to be very tuned into that. One aspect that we'll be exploring is the potential for an event within the event of the state fair also. So it's all in fetal development, but we're really excited to pull up our bootstraps and get to work. I think that there's so much potential, and I think that we've just sort of hit the tip of the iceberg of what this could be.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just not to be too nosy, but what's the anticipated frequency of the meeting schedule for this committee going forward? As you know, like I know as you get closer to the actual fair itself, you know your frequency is going to. But typically, how often do you think this committee will meet over the next year?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, it's another great question, and I have not communicated much with our committee about this, but my internal goal would be for us to meet quarterly, so that way it mirrors our board meetings. So we're always meeting prior to our board meetings, so that way there's always something new and fresh to report.
Okay, yes, Representative Task, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, are you folks reaching out to the county fairs to try to generate some more enthusiasm at the county level to get those folks to participate more in the state fair? Just kind of wondering on that, if you would please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Task, that is probably my favorite question I've ever gotten. We take our relationship with our county fair peers very seriously. And I think that we have the opportunity to be a good leader in the fair industry across Wyoming. And there's a distinct lack of representation of our counties when you come to the state fair right now, which is pretty heartbreaking. So I've been working on some ideas of how we can incorporate the representation of different counties during the annual state fair in terms of creating an exhibit space where every county has the equal opportunity to come and be represented and encourage their counties to come and visit the state fair. However, the other thing that we're very excited to be launching is an educational platform that will be hosted by the Wyoming State Fair here on the Wyoming State Fairgrounds. The inaugural event will happen this spring, and it will be completely free to all of our county fair peers. It will be open to their staffs, to their boards, and it will be a collaborative experience where we will be able to address any new changes coming out in our fair book prior to it being released to the public, talking about sponsorship strategy. We'll have a couple of presenters that will talk about, how to make mountains out of financial molehills, which I think we all need to do this year, especially in the fair industry. We've been hit pretty hard. And it'll be an opportunity for 4-H and FFA to come and present to the fair industry as a group. That is something that they were unfortunately not able to go and do with the Wyoming Association of Fairs this year. However, I'm also very optimistic about the future of Wyoming Association of Fairs. There was recently an executive secretary transition in the past couple of weeks, and there's a new woman at the helm, and I think that she's very dynamic and will also do wonders in terms of fostering those relationships between the state fair and our county fair peers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other question committee for Ms. Conkle. Yes, Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, not so much a question, but more of a comment. I'd like to give Ms. Conkle and her team kudos this year's state fair. We had nothing but good comments, or I heard nothing but good comments, and some great changes have come along, and it's just exciting the energy they bring to it, and how committed that their team is to the Wyoming State Fair, and I would just like to compliment her on a job well done.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely. That's I think what a lot of folks heard is that just especially all considering with the circumstances of the summer that it just was pulled off just pretty much without a hitch, and it all came together really well. Committee, are there any further questions? Yes, Coach Urboner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and obviously want to echo Representative Clausen's comments, and I think it's a good lesson if you think about the way that we've reorganized the state fair and how it's administered. It's a good lesson that government can become more efficient, and we can and be very much like the private sector. And as a result of, I think that legislation that this committee sponsored a few years ago, Senator Moniz has a huge hand in it. So just a broader lesson, I think, as we look at these budget reductions, we need to look at reform, not just cuts. And I think the state fair is a shining example of how we can improve government through reform. Just one question before we go, Ms. Conkle. I've been asking everybody, have you been affected by furloughs, and if you could describe that, if so?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Boner, we have been impacted by furloughs. We are operating with 12.5% of our staff furloughed, which is just me. So it's just me that it impacts, and it is what it is. I'm not the best at taking days off, so it's probably a good rule of thumb to take a day a month anyway.
All right, committee, further questions. I real briefly, and Senator Moniz touched on this. You had mentioned in the notes that you sent to the committee the fact that your usual revenues from the RV park, that the RV park has largely been vacated. And is that a downturn locally with the energy sector, or and I guess just a little bit more on that. When did you see that exodus happen, and specifically how much revenue has been lost, or how much downturn has been created by that?
Mr. Chairman, that's an excellent question. We began seeing the exodus in March, and it ran through June. And so we saw, as we were seeing layoffs in the energy industry, we were seeing that direct ripple effect here with our permanent tenants that we're seeing in the campground long term. And so at one point we had over 100 tenants that were month by month tenants in the RV park, which at $500 a month, that was their going rate. We were seeing about $50,000 in income each month. The expenses are not cheap, but the way that we had been running it, it was hard to, nothing was metered. So it's pretty hard to understand what the true profitability was, but that's been a pretty huge impact. So we'll see about a decrease of almost $250,000 just for the calendar year of 2020 because of the impact to the RV park. And that definitely mirrored the reflection of what was happening in that sub-economy in Converse County. I don't think that it was necessarily sort of chicken or the egg. Was it because of COVID, or was it because of us approaching a bust anyway? But I think with those two things, it created the perfect storm, and we saw a major exodus.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, oh, yep, Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Conkle, would you equate the success of the RV park at the Wyoming State Fair exactly as an indicator of the state of Wyoming's budget situation? I find humor in that, but I link them directly. I can drive by there and tell what our budget's going to be.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, honestly, that would probably be, it's like Groundhog Day, where that is probably the best way to determine at least how we're doing economically in Converse County, because I think it's a direct reflection of our tax basis also.
Okay, committee, any further final questions for Ms. Conkle before we wrap this segment up? Going once, going twice. All right, well, Courtney, thank you very much for your presentation and all the work that you continue to do. What you've managed to accomplish throughout this year in the face of really overwhelming circumstances has been, I mean, frankly, nothing short of miraculous. And so huge kudos to you and your team. And so look forward to continuing to work with you, and we'll see what the new year brings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a great day. Bye.
Okay, committee. We'll keep rolling on. We've just got two more. We got the Department of Ag and then the College of Agriculture at, excuse me, at UW. So anyway, next up is Department of Agriculture, and we have Director Miyamoto with us. And so, Doug, floor is yours. And I believe, sir, you had also provided us a little bit of budgetary information as well in our packet. So committee members, that should be in amongst the Department of Ag information. So Doug, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. Yes, I did provide some handouts on our step 2 reductions, and the governor hadn't released his budget recommendations at that point. But what I'll be doing today, and hopefully it makes it a little bit easier for you, is I'll just share my screen and it shows both of the budget tables for our step 2 reductions, and then it goes on to our step 3 tables. And I have both of those available, so you don't have to dig for them unless you want to. So again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to talk about our budget. It's been somewhat painful for us. I'm sure that's not a new theme for all of you on the committee. So I just wanted to give some background to those of you that may not be familiar with kind of how the Department of Agriculture has traditionally prioritized our programs, because we do have a system for it. And the way that we've done this really since that first year where we had significant budget reductions going back to 2015 is we had to establish a priority system based on tiers for us. We have so many programs and we have such broad scale of what we cover. It's really hard to compare programs like bees to weights and measures, or to restaurant inspections, or swimming pools, or whatever kind of services we're trying to provide. It's hard to put that on a apples to apples comparison basis. What we did is we said, all right, we're going to segment this out so that our highest priority programs, those that we would consider to be tier 1, would be those programs that directly impact human health and safety. And so those programs that are in the consumer health services realm, meat inspection is one we've been talking a lot about yesterday and today. And so that's a tier 1 program for us. We have to provide that. The second tier of programs are those that are required for legal commerce. And so we have a lot of programs here at the Department of Ag that if you don't have a certificate from us, you can't legally participate in commerce. So if you don't have a certified scale, you can't sell cattle across it. Inspections of different commodities in the feed stores is another topic that we addressed yesterday. So all of our weights and measures, a lot of our technical services programs, a lot of those in the pesticide realm, we have to do that in order for our producers to legally operate in business and trade money. And so those would be examples of our tier 2 programs. And then our tier 3 programs are those programs that we have to carry out by statute. And so anything that's not in those top 3 are kind of miscellaneous below that somewhere, but that's how we built our priority tables. What you'll see in our reductions is that our reductions very closely follow our priority tables, and we tried not to stray very far from those. The other goal for our reductions this year was to make sure that none of our pass-through funds ate more of the cake than we did. We wanted to make sure that we had our fair share and that our programs, you know, we wanted to go through the same exercise that we were expecting others to do. And so that was kind of a key foundational part of how we went about this. So what I'll do now, if it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman and committee, is bring up these tables that I've got so that you guys don't need to go digging for those. And we have two of them here. So let me start with this one. And hopefully everybody can see that okay. This is our first 10%, right? I'll just go ahead, Co-Chairman Boner, and get this out of the way. Yes, we're subject to the same furloughs as everybody else is. And for us, that means 18 positions that are furloughed currently. So these are our step 2 reductions, and this first one, this first priority this is a reduction in weed and pest funding. But if the committee remembers, we undertook this effort last year for pesticide registration fees, and their funding will increase significantly despite this reduction. So essentially what we did is made this program self-sufficient, took it off the general fund dole, really is what that amounts to. Our second line there, unfortunately for us, was a live body that was in our administration division that did some grant administration and other tasks for us, and that was subject to a reduction in force for us. Let's see, priorities 3 and 4 there you already heard about. They're nested in our budget, but those are state fair reductions that Courtney was just alluding to, so I won't belabor those points unless you want me to.
Mr. Miyamoto, real quick though, is with the reduced position, I mean, this may be a silly question, but so am I reading that right though, that one position was a salary of $230,000 a year? Or were there some incidentals that go with that number?
That's correct, Chairman Hunt. That's on a biennial basis, and that includes salary and benefits as well.
Okay, thanks.
So that's for 2 years and incidental. Okay, priority 5 there, line 5. That is a proportional reduction. We contract with an individual to help provide market reporting services at the auction barn. And so that's a small amount, but it's a proportional reduction. Priority 6, this also is proportional. This is passed through to the EWC lab. Let's see, 7 here. This is in our technical services division, and they just went through and scoured out through their 200 series, all of their training, travel, those kind of expenses to support the employees and what they could do without. And then you'll see in step 3, we got to the place where we needed to reduce the employee load in tech services, partially because of the 200 series reductions as well. At some point, you have to make incremental reductions in staff to match the support that you have for them. But that'll come later. Let's see, 8 here. This is seed collection that we send through and submit seeds for label compliance. So, those are in feed stores and other places that we submit samples to the seed lab as well, internally for regulatory purposes. And that's what will have a reduction in the amount of contracts that we do in that realm. What we did for priority 9 here is the goal for the hemp program was always for that program to be self-sufficient. And we were initially given an allocation of $120,000 of general funds to start up this program and get it going. And the way that we rolled it out, we think we can do that with the funding that was generated by by the program itself. And so we cut that out of our budget. Okay, step priority 10 here. This is the WDA's Rangeland Health Assessment Program grant funding. This is a proportional reduction to one of the grant programs that we offer. Priority 11 is the WDA Adult Ag Education Program and also a proportional reduction. Priority 12, this is a proportional reduction, pass-through dollars to ag in the classroom. 13 is a proportional reduction of pass-through to conservation districts and their water quality funding. Priority 14, this is a proportional reduction in one of our smaller accounts for rabies administered through the Animal Damage Management Board. 15 coincides with that. This is the research portion of ADMB, and if you all remember, we had an increased commitment from Game and Fish Commission to populate some of the funds for the research portion of the predator program, and so this is kind of a proportional offset for getting some cuts out of the general fund. Okay, we also took a proportional reduction of the pesticide registration grant funding as well, but I'll say the same thing I did about this one that I did the first one, that this more than the action that you took last year to increase pesticide registration fee grant will more than make up for the difference that we have in the reduction of the fee grant program. 17, this is a proportional reduction to the brucellosis task force travel fund. That's housed in the Department of Ag. It's the only brucellosis fund that we have. But that committee, even prior to the outbreak of COVID, decided to meet once a year instead of twice. And so we think that program will have sufficient funding for them to be able to meet at least once a year. Let's see, also Board of Ag, this is a proportional reduction in travel for unrelated reasons, probably more related to the virus than anything else. We've already seen some savings, obviously, in in-person meetings and travel expenses. Let's see, number 19. This is in our predator program, our ADMB program. We only have one person that works exclusively in that program, and he can get by, he says, on less money than what was apportioned to him for travel and supporting expenses. And I think also what we learned this year due to COVID was that we conducted all of our ADMB interviews with district predator boards virtually for the first time, and they seemed to like it better. We had pretty good comments that they preferred that as opposed to having to come to Casper. And so we might have some hybrid system going forward that could save us some money in the way that we conduct those meetings. Okay. Number 20, this is a proportional reduction to the ADMB pass through itself. Again, a proportional reduction there. And then a proportional reduction on 21. This, what you see here, this $44,500, this is a proportional reduction to what was put in the last session for wolf damage payments. So this isn't the fund to go out and remove wolves, but rather to offset expenses of lost livestock to wolves. Okay, 22. This is a proportional reduction of internal WDA program with the Emergency Insect Management Program. This often goes to municipalities and counties for insect control. And then 23, this is in our natural resources and planning. This is training and supported costs for staff. 24, this is an old contract that we have that we still sometimes use for coordinated resource management, CRM assistance. We had a pot of money to help technical assistance on any CRMs that were developed in the state, typically with BLM, and we got rid of that. Number 25, this was 200 series for technical services. This is taking out training, travel, equipment rental, not all of it, but a proportional amount of it. 26, again, various supportive services of the Analytical Services Lab. They've seen some influx through the hemp program, which will help. 27, this is changing from general fund and using our own funds to help pay for one of our positions. This comes mostly through food licensure.
Mr. Chairman?
Can't see the chart.
Mr. Chairman, we can't see the bottom of the chart on the screen share.
Yep, there we go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman. I was not keeping up on my duties. Okay, number 28. This was an inspector position in our Consumer Health Services division, and the only reason we selected that is that it didn't have any coverage of a meat plant. I would be very, very hesitant to reduce inspection if they had meat plant responsibilities. This one did not. And so this was one that we think we can cover from the eastern side of the state and fill in as best we can. And then the last of our step 2, this was, again, the elimination, unfortunately, of a live position at the department. This was also in our Consumer Health Services division, and no meat inspection duties. So that rounds out our step 2 reductions. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll continue on to our step 3. I promise you it doesn't get any more painful. There's not as many in the step 3 table as there was a step 2, unless you would rather break this up.
Just real quick, let's see if there's any questions to this point. Committee, sound off if you have any questions. I can't see everybody on the screen, but just holler if you do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah, Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's regarding the meat inspection, and it's a little off this topic, but we had talked about maybe utilizing some CARES Act money for those meat inspectors. And how would that work in light of these budget cuts? And then once the money runs out, then how would that affect your budget? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, when the CARES Act funding first became available, we did talk about, we put together a proposal that would have included some of the CARES Act funding to pay for inspectors. The difficulty that we ran into was the expiration of funding. Coming into, December 30th, so we could only get reimbursed for the time up until December 30th. And we didn't want to put inspection services out in the field and open a plant with an inspector in there paid for through CARES Act funding, and then have that funding go away and not be able to provide that inspection service anymore. That's the only way that plant can legally operate. So it was kind of we looked at it from a very broad perspective initially, hoping that there was something that we could do, but the constraints on the federal funding were such that it wasn't a reasonable option for us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Committee, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question on line item 20 on the predator management grant. What percentage is that of the total they've been getting? And also how that would relate to per county?
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't see who is speaking, so I apologize for that.
That was Representative Larson up in Powell. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Representative Larson. Mr. Chairman, line 20, that is a proportional reduction, so that represents 10% of the total. And the amount that would impact an individual district would depend on their competitive grant application. That's a competitive grant application process for the ADMB funding. So first, that county has to be maxing out the amount of their brand inspection fees for predator totals, $1 per head for cattle, and I think it's 50 cents for sheep, or maybe it's 25. I can't remember what the total is, but you have to be getting that local contribution to be eligible for the ADMB grant program. And then you submit a competitive grant. And so it's not consistent. Those predator boards do not get the same amount of money as each other each year. It's just dependent upon what they applied for.
Thank you. Having also on line item number 22, kind of the same question on that one, I guess. Be per district, I guess. Give me an idea on that, and if it's a 10% cut.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, that also is a proportional 10% reduction, and the same applies to the applicants for the emergency insect program, in that they submit competitive grants, and then there's a committee that reviews those grant applications and has a priority system for how those funds are allocated.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, further questions for Director Miyamoto before we move on to the next step? Okay, sounds good. Take it away, Doug.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can bring this up without embarrassing myself again. Okay. That's a little too big, huh? How's that?
Perfect.
Everybody see that okay? Okay,
Looks good.
Chairman. Thank you. Going on to our step 3, these are, again, a 20% overall reduction is the goal here. This first line is a vacant position. This is in our technical services division, and this is a weights and measures primarily is what that position does. And we have covered for this area before in the past, and we're just going to have to do it again. Priority 2, line 2, you heard about that already. That's a state fair line item. So is line 3. Line 4 is similar to step 2. It's a proportional reduction in that market reporting contracting small amount. So is line 5. That is Seed Lab, consistent with step 2. Line 6, we have a grain warehouse inspector. There's only one, and he is fairly well certified, and he thought that he would not need additional training and could bring down his travel expenses a little bit. So that's what you see there. Priority 7, I hate to see. This is our Rangeland Health Assessment Program grant funding, and we're going to zero that one out. And that's not something that I wanted to do. So that one's tough. Priority 8 is adult ag education reduction. Priority 9 is ag in the classroom again. Priority 10 is Conservation District again. 11 is rabies grant funding, again through the Animal Damage Management Board. And 12 is again the research portion of the ADMB, not the district grant funding. 13 is again proportional pesticide registration grant funding. And then task force travel, line 14. This is brucellosis again. Board of Ag is another proportional travel reduction salaries. And then 16 is our staff for ADMB. And then 17, our last one, is emergency inset grant, proportional reduction. So with that, Mr. Chairman, those are our step 2 and 3 reductions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can. I also have with me Stacia Berry, who's our deputy director, and Julie Cook, who's our fiscal officer. So anything that I can do to clear up any confusion, I'm happy to try.
All righty. Thank you, Director Miyamoto, for the presentation. Committee, are there any additional questions? Yes, Chairman, Co-Chairman Boner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going back to that adult education, I believe that's the Wyoming LEAD program. The step 2 reductions were significantly less than the step 3 reductions. Did you zero out that program? Can you just give us a little bit of an idea as to what the impact is going to be on that program for that $109,000 reduction?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, it will be a significant impact on the program, but it's not zeroed out. If I could ask Julie, there's a remaining amount of money in that pot. We didn't want to make it go extinct, but we wanted to leave some money in there, but it is significantly impacted. Julie, do you know exactly how much is left?
Mr. Chairman, Julie Cook, Wyoming Department of Agriculture. With the original cut, that left $55,000 in the program going forward. As you will see, the governor's office in their proposal, when you review that budget, took half of that for this year, and then they'll take the full amount for BFY 23-24. So for this current year, there will be a little bit more than the $55,000, but in 23-24 BFY, it will be $55,000 is what we're proposing.
Mr. Chairman, that's another one of those programs that I was not excited to get into very much.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Yeah, just a little bit more discussion. How do you manage the program moving forward with sounds like a 75-80% reduction? Has there been any discussion along those lines?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, we went over this proposal with the Ag Leadership Committee, I believe is the entity that's administering that money right now, and did present this to them, and it's just one of those unfortunate situations where we had to work through our priority tables and see where we could come up with this kind of reduction, and it's a great program, but it doesn't make it into our tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 priority levels as a department. So yeah, and we have several of those programs that are really good programs. Rangeland Health Assessment Program is another one that's painful to me that I don't want to see go away, but we've got some very tough decisions and we just have to come up with the money somewhere.
Okay, yes, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Director, with the people involved here on furlough, and how do you distinguish between the CARES Act, those things that are eligible for CARES Act funding, I'm assuming these furloughs are effective the end of the year. But how do we work with each of these individuals in terms of, given it's a furlough, in terms of back chaining from where we might look to get them back on the full payroll? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, I'm not sure I understand the question fully. You're asking I don't understand the connection with CARES Act funding. So
it's twofold. Is there a possibility that some of these positions could be funded partially, perhaps with the CARES Act funding? And then the other side of it is, in the reality of the furlough, when do we expect the furloughs would be ended? They'd be back on the job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson. That clears it up for me somewhat. Again, we did look at backfilling some of our opportunities with CARES Act funding, but because of the expiration of those funds, it just made it an impracticality for us. We could pay for those positions potentially through December 30th, but for most of our positions that fall in that tier 1 and tier 2 type of level, we need to keep those inspectors. If we're going to put them out in the field, we need to keep them there in order to maintain the business support. So CARES Act wasn't a viable option for us. What we know right now, Representative Henderson, is that the scheduled furloughs will continue through the month of January. So we'll have 1 day of furlough for all of our upper level folks yet in November if they haven't furloughed already. There will be another one in December, and then we'll have one in January. And that's what we know now. And from what I understand, that would be what was prescribed was 6 months of furlough to try to save some money and create some cash flow. But I might be the wrong person to ask on that. There's people further up the chain than me that might be able to provide more insight.
All right, thank you. Committee, any further questions? Further questions? Further questions going once, going twice. All right, well, thank you, Director Miyamoto, for the information today. Really appreciate it. And I know it's it cannot be easy to have to make those cuts. So thank you for your service and for what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
And Director, I know that you included in our information for the committee your correspondence back and forth concerning House Bill 155 and the ongoing feud with the federal meat inspection folks. I don't know that we want to belabor that issue right now in the interest of time, but committee, of course, we do have that information in front of us. And so I guess I would say, committee, do you have any questions or commentary on that issue at this time? Or Director Miyamoto, are there any comments that you'd like to add to that ongoing debate?
Mr. Chairman, very few. It was just information that I wanted the committee to be aware of. We're entering into a very tenuous set of negotiations with FSIS to be able to maintain our state meat program, and they were not happy about that, and they seem to be very serious about moving forward. I just wanted the committee to be aware, and as things progress, I'll be in touch. If any of you as individuals have questions about any of that, though, just give me a call, and I'll fill you in for whoever's curious, Mr. Chairman. That's it.
Okay, that sounds great. No, we really appreciate you keeping us updated on the developments of that, and best of luck in that endeavor too. So anyway, all right, committee, one more time. Any further questions for the good director? Okay. All right, thanks again, Doug, for your time today, and thank you, Julie and Dacia, and we'll be in touch. So, All right, we will move on to the University of Wyoming and the Department of and the College of Agriculture, rather, with Dean Rasco and everyone else who is joining us. Dr. Means and Dr. Kelly Crane and Ms. Maria Jenks. So thank you all for joining us this afternoon. And you guys are our last presenters today before we start to wrap up. But Dean Rasco, the floor is yours. Take it away. Thank you. Dean Rasco, whenever you're ready, go ahead. Are we, Dean Rasco, can you hear me?
Mr. Chairman, we're checking on that. Kelly
Okay.
ran down the hall there.
Okay, how's that? Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Good.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
good.
sorry. I'm sorry about that. I've got several things
Not
up
a-
here on the
no
screen.
worries.
So I think we're good?
You're good.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing us to have the opportunity to present today.
Dean Rasco,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Mr. Chairman, we're checking on that. Kelly
Okay.
ran down the hall there.
Okay, how's that? Can you hear me now, Mr.
You're
Chairman?
good.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I've got several things up here on the screen.
You've got the,
So I think we're good?
Zoom
Yeah.
up or the
Okay, well,
YouTube
thank you,
up.
Mr. Chairman, for allowing us to have the opportunity to present today.
Close YouTube.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I'm
I
going to
can
go
hear
down
you.
the Roy
Yes,
office.
you're good to go. Hold on, you're good to go. Somebody might have their YouTube feed in the background on. And so if somebody does, they need to silence that. Cut it off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing us to have the opportunity. I'm going to go down present today. Yes. Yes, I can. Okay. Can you hear me? I'm
I
going to
can
go down
hear
the
you.
Roy
Yes,
office.
you're good to go. Hold on, you're good to go. Somebody might have.
I think we're almost ready.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you good. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I
You're
think there was some communications interference here. So I'm in Kelly Crane's office. Thank you, Kelly, who's here with us today. He's our Director of Extension. Warren Means, our Associate Director of Academic Programs, and also Maria Jenks, who just recently joined us as our Director of Finance Administration. So Warren, can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so thanks to your support, we're able to get a number of positions in our fiscal 2020 budget. And we are in the process of rebuilding capacity in the college with 11 hires this last year. Unfortunately, from our last meeting, we've run into some issues with the budget, as you're all well aware. And for our fiscal year 2021, we were in the position of having to eliminate 2 vacant faculty positions and 1 staff position. We slowed our hiring, and we are looking at 2 programs where we'll either cut or reorganize. For fiscal year 2022, we're going to lose an additional 4 faculty and 2 staff. And under the potential step 3 reductions, we're not certain whether we're going to be looking at 5% or whether we're going to be looking at more, but clearly that's going to lose substantial ground for us in our rebuilding of the college. Next slide, please. So here's how we're addressing our step 2 budget reductions. So in fiscal year 21, we were able to increase our budget about 13.7% over fiscal year 20 because of those new hires. And about 2.8 million of this is in salary and wages. Our benefits rates here at the university are pretty high, ranging between 40 and 50%, depending on who the employee is. But with this cut, we're able to restore a number of our academic faculty, number of staff, and to rebuild staffing in our R&E centers and in extension. Next slide, please. So for our fiscal year 21 step 2 budget reductions, we were instructed to cut 1.18 million out of our budget. So we did this in a number of ways. The major reductions were in those 3 positions, the 2 faculty and 1 staff, for $282,000. And from $507,000, we were able to strategically use to delay filling some positions and with some backfills, things like that. We were able to recover $184,000 from CARES Act funding to support our testing program for COVID on campus. Part of that went to the salary for Dr. Legreed, a part of it to Dr. Shoemaker, and then some staff. We reduced about $75,000 from services, mostly travel, from reduction of travel and travel restrictions we had in the state and at the university, and then a reduction in our provost strategic initiatives, which is an internal tax that we have here at the university for a program to for the provost to move a new strategic direction. So that was removed from our budget. Next slide, please. In 22, we're going to do the following. We haven't increased the state vet lab fees in quite a while. So Dr. Legreed is examining what would result in a 10% increase across the board in vet lab fees, but these are going to be targeted at certain tests. We're going to be eliminating an additional 6 positions. And then we're going to eliminate about 9% from each of our departments' service, travel, and supply budget. Additionally, we're looking at a one-time use of a permanent land income fund for $100,000. Next slide, please.
Real quick, Dean Rasco, is as far as those positions are concerned, are those positions that are currently filled, or are they open and vacant? And I guess are we eliminating bodies per se, or just vacant positions that are currently not needed?
These are positions that are currently filled. The difficulty that we have at the university is that we're not able to target specific positions for elimination. So we are going to have a phased retirement program introduced here at the university. We're hoping that it shows very soon, because for all practical purposes for a phased retirement, we're into fiscal year 22 right now, because these things take a good 6 months or so to design. As far as other eliminations of positions, we're hoping to encourage some people to consider other opportunities, but we don't have any way to target position eliminations here at the university. It's going to be difficult, and it, quite frankly, may be unstrategic. Does that answer your question, Chairman Hunt?
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for step 3 budget reductions, heard that from the governor last night that there is another cut coming. We had prepared for either a 5% or a 10% cut. And you can see here from the slide what the impact of that would be. So for a 5% reduction, we'd be looking at 8 to 10 positions. This would likely be 6 to 7 faculty members and probably 3 staff, most likely. 10%, looking at eliminating 16 to 20 positions. Next slide, please. We were instructed to provide, President Seidel requested that we provide specific programs that would be considered for potential elimination. One of these is that we proposed was concentration in community development in our ag, applied and economics department. This has been a low enrollment program for a while. We're refocusing our efforts in Ag Econ in economic development activities, more in line with our strategic plan at the college and also with the universities and new initiatives. We're also looking at the Wyoming Reclamation and Restoration Center. This program had been very successful in the between about 2008 and 2012, but the resources that it's been able to garner for its support have been dropping significantly over the years. We can still, even without the center, conduct reclamation and restoration activities within the ecosystem science and management programs. So it's more convenient to have the center, but it's not necessary for us to be able to continue this work. Next slide, please. So this just gives you some idea of where these funds show up in our budget. So you can see the $73,000, that's for the vet lab fees, the $100,000 from the permanent land income fund, changes in our provost strategic initiatives. And then down on the next group, the cuts to our overall salary and benefits pool and to our supplies budget. So this is where our cuts would land both for fiscal 21 and 22. Next slide, please. So I was asked specifically by the chair to show how college reductions fared relative to other programs within the university. So you can see that we're looking at the College of Ag and Natural Resources about a 5.2% cut. This slide is an error. This only has the fiscal 22. We should also add the two positions, faculty positions from 21 and the staff position. So this number should actually be 7 and 3 instead of 4 and 2. A number of other programs received a greater proportionate cut than the College of Agriculture. So many ways we were very fortunate. One of the things that the president did, I thought it was good, was to split the cut between academic and non-academic units. So you can see that the academic unit total for the biennial cut is about 23.8 million, and for the non-academic units about 23.9. So you can see how these things fared. I know that Chairman Boner is going to ask about furloughs, and at this point we don't have furloughs. Furloughs were considered by our administration to be a temporary cut, but the intercollegiate athletics program, they did do some permanent salary reductions in that unit. So that is the only unit that I know that actually took salary cuts at this point. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea of where our salary dollars fall for our. Yes, sir. The question?
Go ahead. Do I hear questions out there from the committee? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Just real quick with these, question about the percentages here. Is that based off the block grant only, or is it the overall budget? Obviously, you know, the block grant is a significant portion of UW's budget, but not the entire thing. It looks like it's adding up to be about 10% of the block grant. I just want to verify I'm understanding that correct.
That's correct. It's the block grant funding.
And just a general question, I don't know when you want to work it in, and maybe we don't know exactly, but I saw a provision to significantly increase tuition by about 6%. I'm just wondering if any of that possibility is factored into these calculations at all.
No, it isn't. This material was prepared before we knew the trustees had approved a tuition increase of 6% instead of 4%. So we're not sure what the impact is going to be on our college budget moving forward into phase 3. We're hoping to get some relief as we move into phase 3 from that tuition increase. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tass, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this, it looks like, yeah, the Ag Department is taking the same amount of cuts as everybody else, but in the last 2 years, the Ag Department has taken huge cuts because of their retirement policies that the senior people seem to be all coming out of the Ag Department. And so it looks to me like the Ag College is taking it again this year in this budget. And so I would sure like to see them not totally ruin what ag education, the ag college is down there. So just a point, it looks to me like they're going after the ag again. I suppose that works because that's what hurts us the most. So I just don't like it being so tough on the ag people. Thank you.
No, thank you, Representative Tass. I would agree that we're still behind the 8 ball for sure on being able to rebuild the college, and this is going to hurt us a lot, particularly phase 3. So we were able to recover about 11 positions on the faculty side, but in 2015 we lost about 33. So we're still not up to critical mass. I definitely agree with you on that. Next slide, please. So this just gives you an idea. This slide here, where our salary dollars come from, how much comes from the block grant based on our different types of faculty that we have in our program. So you can see here that federal dollars and other sources provide a significant amount of our salary dollars for our faculty, our academic professionals, some of whom are also faculty, and our extension folks. Particularly for extension, you'll see that 24% of the total salary for our extension people come from non-block grant sources. But for any federal dollar that we do have to match some of that with state dollars. And so that's why we are still, even for our extension and our academic professional faculty, have a substantial amount of the salary dollars in the state block grant. But this just shows you how that breaks out. Thought that might be of interest. Next slide, please. This goes to Representative Tass's point about the cuts to the College of Ag. So if you look at fiscal year 16, we had about 400 faculty and staff in the college. That dropped substantially because of those cuts down to fiscal year 19 when we started to be able to rebuild. I joined in July of 19, and at that point we were able to get support from the college and a lot of support from the state to be able to rebuild. So now we're up to about 349. We're hoping to add about 2 more people between now and June. But with the cuts coming, you can see in 21 and 22 that we're going to start dropping down, and we were able to buffer the 21 cuts fairly easily. 22, we have some impact there. It's not a substantial, but if we do go into that stage 3 scenario, we're going to be pretty much back to square one where we were in 19 and 20, realistically. So that's gonna hurt a lot. So basically we do see that with our budget reductions, there's going to be a significant impact on our college and on our ability to serve the state. We've had to cut programs and offerings. With phase 3, we're going to have to cut more. There has been some talk around campus of consolidating ag programs with programs in other colleges. I don't support that. I think that would be a terrible thing for our college if something like that happened, because as soon as we lose one piece of the college agriculture, then the whole pile of sticks just sort of collapses in on of itself. But we are facing, particularly with phase 3, a significant loss of faculty and staff, and probably the elimination of some programs in our college that are going to be really important to our state. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Senator Moniz, go ahead.
Thank you. Dean Rasko, back to, could you review the budget reduction process that the university went through, and did the president ask for across the board cuts from each department, or did he do a little more strategic and look at, like Representative Tass asked, the Department of Ag has been hit pretty heavily. Was that taken into consideration, or did you just have to share an equal amount of across the board cuts? That's one question. I got a couple more. But
okay, well, thank you, Senator Mace, Mr. Chairman. We're not exactly sure how these cuts came about. we're happy in the academic program side that the non-academic program side took half of the cuts. So that made us all pretty happy. We got a smaller cut than others did, but in the sense that the cuts that we've taken have sort of wiped out all of our gains in the last couple of years have been really impactful to us. I'm not positive how the president made the determination on which programs are going to be cut how much. But I think what they tried to do is be somewhat proportional in this. So, we weren't protected in this set of cuts for sure. Even though the percentage cut was smaller than for some other units.
Yeah, thank you. That does concern me somewhat. But back to follow up on Co-Chairman Boner's question, those were all block grant reductions. Is there any opportunity for you to backfill from the other budgets?
Yes, Senator Maurice, Mr. Chairman, yes, we are looking at more strategic use of some of our capacity grants and some of the federal funding that we get in the college. The trouble is the amount of federal dollars that we get from those sources is maybe a total of $4 to $6 million, which is pretty small compared to our block grant funding.
Okay, thank you. Then one couple more. Back on slide 8, you have a decrease in your investment income. Is that university invested income, or is that income that the state's investing for the university?
I'm not sure. Maria might know why they called it that. What that particular title is. Maria, can you address that?
Yeah, so that $100,000 relates to a draw of some investment income out of the permanent land income fund. It would be a one-time draw for us.
So you show $600,000 there as a budget reduction.
No, so Mr. Chairman and Senator Maurice, that 600,000 actually this report, it's a standard report, but it gets a little confusing. The 600,000 is actually a revenue number. That's why it's in brackets. Compare that to the expenses down below that are positive. So the actual budget reductions are in the two middle columns. What we're showing is that we would actually increase our draw off of that investment income by another 100,000.
Okay, thank you. One more is really not related to the budget, but how are we coming on the Bio 3 lab? Are we there?
Senator Maurice, Mr. Chairman, the facility has pretty much been completed. We're waiting for the CDC to come and visit. The federal government has been on travel restrictions for a very long time. We were hoping that they were going to be able to come, I think last May, but then COVID hit and nobody was traveling. So we're thinking that they're going to be coming sometime, let's say February or March, to do that final certification process. That's our anticipated date at this time, but because of the federal government's control over their travel schedule, we're not exactly sure when they're going to be coming.
So one more follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Is there any lingering budget implications related to the Bio 3 lab?
Senator Maurice, no, I don't think at this point. We have been able to hire all of the individuals that were stipulated in the legislative mandates. They're all on board now, and as soon as we can get that inspection done, we should be in good shape.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further question, committee. Yes, Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Dean Rasko, so since the university switched to a complete online platform, or is it going to switch, is there any financial savings there, or does that actually add? Does that add or subtract, or is there any savings at all?
Representative Clausen, Chairman Boner, it's hard to say that saves us any money because we still have the faculty are still tied up teaching the classes. One of the things I'm hoping that having everybody online will be able to do for us is to provide some opportunities for greater access greater collaborations with our community college partners, and also potentially some revenue generating opportunities in the forms of micro credentials and certificates, those sort of things. We're looking at those types of opportunities in our college right now. But it was a bit of a, a push to try to get some of our faculty to teach online, but now that they're doing it, a lot of people are finding that they like it. And we're still looking for spring. We're having a meeting this afternoon at the Dean's Council on what spring semester is going to look like. And at this point, our intention is to have our students back on campus in the spring with a hybrid type education again. All depends on the public health situation, but that's where we're hoping to be. Did that answer your question, sir? Okay.
Okay. Committee, further questions? I guess to that point, I just on the whole, how do you think that the university has handled the whole COVID situation with relation to the students? I mean, I know that there's been, and the information I've received is, comes and goes, but I mean, there's been all fall, there was back and forth of, we're trying to do as much on campus as possible. And then, a surge would hit and then go online for a few days or a week or two, and et cetera, et cetera. And so and certainly from the outside looking in, at least from my perspective, it seemed a bit confused and it seemed a bit difficult to follow. And so I guess you being in the thick of it, do you think that on the whole that it was, as far as accommodating for classes and whatnot, and trying to be as non-disruptive as possible to the students' routine, do you think that was on the whole handled pretty well? And do you think that the student grades and so on and so forth would reflect that throughout the semester?
Well, thank you, Chairman Hunt, for that question. I am happy that the University of Wyoming was open when many other institutions were closed, even though it was a little bit issue with fits and starts here. But Rory, would you like to address that question?
Yes, happy to. Mr. Co-Chairman and committee, our institution had one of the most robust COVID testing scenarios of anywhere in the country. Some where there was about 8 that were similar to ours, but really none better. And I think that allowed us to open up as much as possible in the safest possible way. If you compare our institution to those around the country, I think we fared quite a bit better. Many slammed shut after just a week or two, probably 2 or 4 weeks after their COVID numbers dramatically increased. We were able to get almost to Thanksgiving. This virus is extremely unique in how contagious it is, and anytime you bring 6,000 or 7,000 more people into a community, it's some real challenges. We're attempting to open up again in the spring, similar to how we did it this fall. Certainly students are frustrated, faculty are frustrated, and administrators are frustrated, but I'm not sure what else the institution could have done personally to make this much better. And a lot of our students understand, and part of your question was about grades. We had some flexibility in grades last spring. We didn't this fall because the students knew how their courses were going to be taught. So we're always thinking about the students and what kind of hardships they're under and how we can try to remedy that. And there are some.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And I don't necessarily mean to sound critical, but I just, like I say, from not being there and not being in the thick of it, it did seem at times where it wasn't certain what the next step was going to be or how the next thing would be handled. So,
well, and maybe just to add to that, Co-Chair Hunt, the university has a pretty laid out plan, and we were following that plan. Then we readjusted the plan, but we have strategies. We're following those strategies, and it does seem confusing. Seems confusing to me at times, but this is causing us to adjust on the fly daily. Actually, there are daily meetings on the data, so I could see how it seems like that.
Mm-hmm. For sure. All right, committee, further questions? Any other questions?
Just, Mr. Chairman, just one comment.
Yep, go ahead, Senator.
Since we have Senator Steinmetz going to appropriations this next year, hopefully she can bring a little ag perspective to that and maybe see what we can do to help the College of Ag during this whole budget process. Go get them.
Thank you, Senator Moniz.
And I guess I would add, you know, to the sentiment that Dean Rasco just brought up a minute ago, that it would be certainly concerning to me, and I don't want to speak for other members of the committee, but you know, that if there's discussion on campus of trying to consolidate, for lack of a better term, some of the identity, frankly, of the ag college with other colleges on campus or with other programs, I certainly would, you know, stand by Dean Rasco in saying that, yeah, that's concerning to me. And you know, I recall when Senator Moniz and several of us on this call sat down here I don't know what, 2 years ago, maybe 3, to try and lay out a framework for how to sort of reinvent, or if not reinvent, then revitalize the ag college. And you know, in your presentation, Dean Rasco, it just sort of brings home that the College of Agriculture, for being a land grant institution that the University of Wyoming is, has been very long suffering in getting the short end of the stick with pretty much everything that seems to come along. And so, you know, if there's anything that we as a committee or as legislators can do on our end to ensure the continued integrity and identity of the College of Agriculture as its standalone institution, and as it is the anchor of the purpose of any land grant institution. Obviously, along with the ROTC and some other the engineering aspects. Please let us know, because I just really hope that is not a direction that that the board ends up taking in undermining the the standalone identity of the College of Agriculture and the tradition and the heritage that goes with that. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
When we get to it, along with what Senator Moniz said, maybe we as the Ag Committee could send a letter to the trustees reiterating that point. I know that the chairman of the trustees is from the #1 ag producing county in the state, Mr. Marsh. And so maybe we should just reiterate our sentiment to those folks and try to work a little bit with them and start a dialogue back and forth. Just an idea for your consideration.
Oh, I think that's worthy of discussion here shortly. All right, committee, any further discussion, any further questions for our guests here this afternoon? Going once, going twice, anything up in Powell? No? Okay.
No.
All right, well, Dean Rasco again, and Dr. Means and everybody else who jumped on here today, thank you very much for your presentation. We look forward to continue working with you guys, and we'll see how things start to shape up in the new year. But appreciate all the work that you're doing, and thank you. So
thank you for your support.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I believe that is it for our official business, other than public comment. Before we, well, let's quick go to public comment. I don't, Katie, do we have anybody hanging out in the wings other than Mr. Magagna?
Mr. Chairman, no, but I did just admit him to the meeting.
Okay. Committee, I guess let's quick take comment from Mr. Magagna and anybody else who might be in the room, and Powell or Cheyenne, and then discuss further if there's anything we want to do. So, Jim, you have the floor.
Hello,
You're good. We can hear you.
Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
Magagna.
thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I believe that the committee with your questions have certainly addressed some of the issues that I intended to raise from the industry perspective here, and I'll just focus on two items. One, which I believe that the Representative Tass and others brought out, is the fact that, during the past 10 years or more, when there were abundant resources and the college was receiving huge amounts of money, or the university, I'm sorry, the College of Agriculture was, to use the term, the poor kid on the block, and was largely ignored. And it's only in the last 2 years, a lot in part due to the work that several members of this committee have done in meeting with university, that the College of Ag has started to make real progress. So it's very deceptive when the university puts out figures that show that the College of Agriculture has only taken a budget cut that's proportionate to that of other colleges at university. In fact, if you compared to where they were 15 years ago, they've probably taken the largest budget cut at the university. So that, I think, as you've emphasized, that we need to keep that in mind as we go forward, and keep emphasizing that, not only to the trustees, but to an outstanding new president who has very little familiarity with Western agriculture and frankly doesn't understand our issues yet at this point. The other point that was also addressed here that's very important to us is keeping the college intact. And in particular, in recent years, it's not been uncommon in some states to move the agriculture extension the extension programs out of a College of Agriculture into another university entity. In those states where agriculture doesn't play a dominant role and the community services being provided by extension have largely lost their agricultural label. And this is the discussion I've had with the past couple of University of Wyoming presidents, that Wyoming doesn't fit into that category. In Wyoming, agriculture is still very central to what we are as a state, and maintaining a strong extension program based in the College of Agriculture is essential. So I believe that that and other programs, but that one in particular, has been suggested by, I believe, Senator Steinmetz, to have this committee weigh in with the trustees and with the president would be very helpful. And we as industry will certainly be doing the very same thing on keeping the college intact and keeping the college on a positive growth path forward, as it's been on, frankly, only for about the last year or so. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to hold you up at this time of the day, but would welcome any questions if there are any. If not, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Jim, for those comments. Absolutely ditto. Couldn't agree more. Committee questions for Jim. Yes, Representative Tass, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's not necessarily for Mr. Magagna, but yeah, this is probably the last time I'm going to be have the opportunity to talk to the Ag Committee here. I guess I'm really disappointed in the university. They have decided, I think, to they want to be a top athletic college and are really ignoring what has made Wyoming and probably, I think, the university is. We're an agricultural state, and I hope that you folks that are returning we'll be able to haze them a little bit back to supporting agriculture at the university. This is, they can't seem to win a football game, but boy, they can sure beat up on the college ag. So just my parting comments, and it's been a pleasure working with you folks. So thank you very much, and probably see some of you around sometime. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Task. Committee, any further comments to Mr. Magagna or in general? Yes, Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
I have a comment in general, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready for that. So I just wanted to thank Senator Moniz and Representative Blake and Representative Haley and Representative Tass for their service to our state. We really appreciate you guys. And Senator Moniz, you've been here for a while, so we're really going to miss you guys. And I'd like to also welcome Senator-elect French from Park County. Appreciate you sitting in on our meetings and getting up to speed. But we appreciate all you guys. I hope you won't be strangers. I hope you'll be watching us and keeping us in line as we do our work. And I've really enjoyed serving on the Ag Committee and hope to be back again someday.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Senator. Yes, Co-Chairman Bono, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not sure if I guess we're done with our business here or not. We're transitioning to goodbyes or whatever the case may be. I think there was some mention of sending a letter. I don't know if that requires a motion from the committee. If not, we'll, either way, this is going to be a topic of discussion. I know that Senator Steinmetz will carry this discussion to appropriations, and certainly I've been in close contact with members on the Senate side, at least, who are very interested, especially in the College of Agriculture. But I think, in general, with some of the topics and agencies that we've heard from today. So just want to make sure there's no additional business here. If there's any motions from the committee, I guess, based off what we heard today.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Committee, are there any motions or anything that anything else that you would like to bring up? Just briefly to the letter, I don't know that we need a formal vote on that, but I think maybe as a direction to staff to possibly type something up and get together with us as the co-chairs and see what we can come up with as a letter of support to the College of Agriculture. Senator Moniz, did you have something?
Well, that was I was going to suggest, Mr. Chairman, is that the committee do something formally to the Board of Trustees. See what we can get done there. They need help.
Fully agree. Is there any comment or further discussion on that? Yes, Senator Cost, go ahead.
I agree with Senator Moniz that we need to at least try to get a letter or something to him. I think we've got to stay on this or we're going to lose our College of Agriculture. I'm a little concerned because in looking at the budget that the governor put out, it referred to the cuts at the University of Agriculture, and that also concerns me as well. So I think we've got to make our voice heard.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Yes, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Well, I'll make that motion that the committee send a letter to the Board of Trustees and the University Administration and ensuring that they focus on the College of Agriculture and understand the history there with their disproportionately large reductions. And just ask the committee's leeway for us to put that letter together as co-chairman.
Second.
Okay, moved by Co-Chairman Boner, seconded by Senator Cost. Committee, further discussion on that? Yes, Senator Steinmetz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I also make a friendly amendment that it be sent to the Appropriations Committee? There will be some new members there, and we'd like to have that information as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so all those, is there any further discussion on the issue? All those in favor of, well, I guess yes, Senator Blake, or Representative Blake, go ahead.
I was getting ready to vote aye.
Okay. All right. All right. All those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's amendment to include the Appropriation Committee, please raise your hand. Looks like 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 there in Powell. All right. All those opposed? That motion carries. All those in favor, further discussion on the motion to draft the letter. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that looks like that carries. All those opposed, please raise your hand. All right, yep, motion carries. And Katie and Kayla, did you get, just to double check, you got all the information there to put a letter together?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I did receive the motion. Since there was quite a bit of discussion, I'm certainly open to suggestions on specific points to be included, but yes, certainly got the motion.
Okay. And yes, Co-Chairman Boner and then Senator Moniz, I think we can get together with you on some of the details, but go ahead, Co-Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I got a letter that we drafted at the end of last interim that'll serve as a base, I think, kind of describing the work we did last year, and we'll give it a nice little update and use that as a starting point.
Sounds good. Senator Moniz?
Yeah, just to follow up on Senator Boner, you recall we got quite a good presentation from the College of Ag last year, showing what kind of cuts and what had happened to their college. I think we'd ought to review that and go forward. And that pretty well lays out what's happened to that college. So that'd be a good starting point.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Kayla. Anything further that you need from us?
I was just going to say thank you. I appreciate that direction and reference to those documents.
Okay. All right, committee.
Mr. Chairman, I've got that document. If you don't mind, I'll email it to Kayla, and I think you guys have got it as well, but if you don't, I'll email it to you as well.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, if while you're at it, just send it to everybody.
Okay, I'll do that. Yep.
Cool. Okay, committee. Is there any further business to come before this committee? Yes, Co-Chairman Bond.
Okay, just really briefly, it is the last Ag Committee meeting for several of our members, and I guess I'll be a little biased and talk a little about Senator Moniz here. He's been a stalwart in this committee, been the best vice chairman I could have asked for. And so glad, just appreciate your leadership, your experience, your level-headedness, especially at times when I really needed it. I was hoping, did you get a chance to meet up with Senator-elect Furphy last night? I don't know if you did, and if so, you probably already received a little something from those of us on the Senate side. So
I did, Mr. Co-Chairman. I appreciate your efforts there to get that to me. I did take a picture of it. I was going to send it back to you with a little thank you note, but I will do so to the entire Senate. But I sure did, and thank you. And thanks to all of you. I've enjoyed every one of you.
Well, I'd just go ahead and add to that and say that while Senator Boner is talking about Senator Moniz, I just take a moment to recognize Representative Blake for his longstanding service on this committee. I believe he's been on the Ag Committee since the start of his tenure, and he has lent an outstanding service to this committee and to the state of Wyoming as representative for Green River. And we're very sorry to be losing you, sir, but it's been the honor of a lifetime to serve with you, and you're one of the great ones. So thank you to Stan, and yeah, so thank you for your service. Go ahead.
You, Mr. Chairman. You're gonna make me cry, dang it. I just want to. When I first got on here, there was a couple of old guys, I would call them now, senator guys, and Senator Bill Vasey took me under their wing, and a great attorney, Maxine Weaver. She helped me out immensely, but to the staff, to everybody I served with, the great chairman, Doug Samuelson, Mark Semlich, Robert McKim, Hans Hunt, great chairman. It's a great honor serving with everybody, and I'll be around. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Blake. I'm sorry that we're not all together to have a bit of a send off, but I know that you'll be back to visit. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's one of the things I've missed this interim is interacting with the committee personally rather than looking at each other on a damn screen. But I tell you, I've enjoyed traveling with Representative Haley. We've been partners through a lot of this, and I know we're going to miss him as well as Representative Tass. Great group of people here we're going to miss, but good to work with you.
Absolutely. Representative Haley or Tass, do you want to say a few words?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Appreciate your leadership. I thought you did a heck of a good job in when you ended up taking over this committee, and it's been a great learning experience. I hope we've done the various departments and the university well in representing them and trying to go forward with their business. And this group has just been a great group to work with. I've really learned a lot, and I appreciate the experience and the friendships that we've developed. And I wish everybody good luck.
Enjoy Arizona, Representative Haley.
Thank you for your service on the committee the last few years, Representative Haley, and don't be a stranger. Always welcome to come by. Yes, Representative Tass, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo what Mr. Haley has said. It has really been an honor to serve with all of you guys down there in Cheyenne, and all the staff and all the extra help that they have given me, helping me lead me around. They're unique. You guys are a unique group of people. And I know everybody tries hard and we don't always agree, but everybody's almost always agreeable. So thanks again to everybody, and hope to see you around as the world turns. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for your time and your service to the state and to its citizens. I don't think there is any higher honor, certainly that I have ever had, in having the opportunity to serve with and all of you and to get to know you all, and to cultivate the friendships that I have. Is just it has been it's been the opportunity of a lifetime. So, all right, well, again, sorry we're not all in person together to show these send-offs, but I'm sure we'll see each other down the road. So many happy trails, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
See you, buddy.